Hey, what's up? We're live. Let's go. Man, I haven't, I flew a little bit yesterday, but I haven't really flown much since, has it been 2 weeks? Because I was out of town last weekend. Woo, let's see if I remember how to do this. I'm still sticking with the analog Caravan. I did install the PMS 50, GNS 530 and 430 mod, so there's small improvements to that. It's nothing like what we're going to expect from working title, but it's good enough for now. So at least if I do use these, it'll be a little better. What's up, Mike? What's up, Diesel? What's up, Branston? How you guys doing? It is so hot here right now in California. It's like over 100 degrees. A little crazy right now. I mean, it's crazy everywhere right now. It's happening. There's like a crazy solar. It's not a solar flare, but something similar. Just cooking the planet right now. All right, let's see. Prop full forward. I turned the fuel on already. Let's get the starter going. So we want battery on, avionics 1 on, fuel boosts to on, and then starter to start. Wait for our RPMs to go up, or our NGs to go up past 12 and introduce fuel. There we go. Low idle. Watch the ITT rise and start to fall. Once it gets back down and stabilizes, we'll turn the starter off. Yeah, the sun. Hey, Michael, what's up? All right. ITT's down in the green again. Fuel boost off. Let's check where on generator power is good. Standby alternator on, and let's test it by tripping the generator. That works, so we reset it. And battery is charging. All right, that all looks good. Avionics 2 on. I forgot to turn my beacon on. Whoops. Clear prop, etc. And I'll put the flaps down so I don't forget. Oh, Central California, boiling hot. Oh, man. Yeah, things are a little crazy right now. What's going on with my 530 is not turning on. We have the 430, but we don't have the 530. There we go. All right, that looks good now. Okay, and let's get this transponder on. Just gonna turn the ADF off, and maybe we'll use the RNAV thing again. It's pretty cool. We didn't use GPS last time. I think I only used, we just used VORs to navigate. What do you guys think? Are you more interested in doing VOR stuff today, at least for this first flight? I mean, what's really nice is that with this plane, I can just turn on and off the avionics. If all of a sudden we want to go all analog, have no GPS, I can just flip that off. You know, it's there running in the background, but at the same time, the flexibility, yeah, is really nice. Oh no, looks like I hurt my engine a little bit. Maybe when I was flying around yesterday, 98% engine condition. I think during a climb, I had this past the takeoff marker here on the torque. There's a little line right there that keeps it at, what is it, 1865, I guess. So that's that little red line. You can barely see it. I actually can't zoom in anymore. Can I? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this little red line right here is the takeoff line. And then kind of the never exceed red line there. But yeah, for takeoff, yeah, I had it a little past that line when I was climbing yesterday on a few flights I did. So I think that's how I damaged the engine. Loving flying this plane at the moment. My go-to for most short flights. Yeah, all I do is short flights, so pretty much. So yeah, this has been really great. It's nice relearning, kind of getting away from all the advanced tech that you get in the G1000 and in the NXI. Oh, looks like we're getting a heat warning here. Do I have the heat on? Heat is not on, but we need to cool this thing down. It's 92 degrees in here. So I guess the weather is maybe holding up. Where are we? We're in Pennsylvania. I'm actually curious. Yeah, maybe I should check real world weather. Let me check Pennsylvania really quickly. Pennsylvania, in Philly, it's 84 degrees in real life right now, according to the internet. Do VORs, then go old school. All right, yeah, we can do that. We can do VORs again. All right, I'll just turn all this stuff off so we just have all these beautiful Bendix King radios. Yeah, it's more fun to do VORs. Yeah, I think as long as I have autopilot, I'm less scared, just because if we're flying IMC, it gives me the confidence to like not worry. Like as long as I'm doing all the procedures correctly, I'm not worried about messing anything up. But yeah, there's a decent amount of clouds here. We're at, let's see, where are we starting today? We're at Harrisburg, I think, in Pennsylvania. Actually, let me see if my VFR map's working again. Okay, it is. There is a current bug, so I'm running the beta, the Sim Update 10 beta. Actually, I don't know if there's been word about it when it's coming out. They said at least 2 weeks, but I think that was about 2 weeks ago. Anyway, we're at KMDT right here. Oh, yeah, there's a bug where I can't click where my current location is. Like I can click everything except my current airport. Oh, there we go. I have to zoom in more. It's like the plane covers it up or something. Yeah, so we're at Mike Delta Tango in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So just check the METAR. Winds are 180 at 5. And so we have a 1-3 and a 3-1. So we'll take the 1-3 most likely. And I believe we're towered here, right? We are. All right, so we got ground and we got a tower. So we can do our flight planning. So if I want to do an IFR flight plan, then the only way to do that, you know, you guys know I like to program in the flight plan to use with ATC. I guess we could just go VFR. I mean, we could go VFR and just fly on the airways anyway at a VFR altitude. I generally do use ATC and do the IFR flight plan just because I want them to assign me an approach. But maybe we could skip that this time and not listen to those annoying ATC voices. All right, 84 degrees now. So the little light over here for the cabin temp warnings has gone off. We got the vents open and the AC is on. All right, so let's go to over to Neo, or sorry, not Neo Flight, over to OnAir Company. I've used all of them. I've mostly been using OnAir Company. And let's get a flight going here. So KMTD, I've been flying to the east coast of the US. So yeah, last we went from, where did we go? From Michigan across Ohio and then into Philly, or into Pennsylvania. All right, so I hit this button to find a job. Just find something. I've been doing legs that are shorter than 200 nautical miles. And just headed east. I did find something else too. You can basically look for similar jobs. So if you do want to maximize how much money you're earning doing your flights, you can pretty much stack jobs from, you know, you can take any job that you want. As long as you get the passengers to their destination before the job expires. So I could take several jobs going in this general direction and land at different airports along the way. Another thing I can do is once I select a job, I can find similar jobs. So it'll find ones from the same departure and arrival airports, if there happen to be any. So sometimes that's an easy way to just stack a few jobs. Hey, Bloomin', what's going on? All right, so we're right here where the green is in Harrisburg. I want to go to keep trucking to the east here. There we go. Oh, nice. This goes right over to, like, right towards New York City. It's like on Long Island, it looks like. In Brooklyn CGAS. Not sure what that is. I have military exports excluded, so we're not going to land at any military airports. This looks pretty cool. I mean, it's getting us right over. We'll be able to fly right over New York City, like pretty much right past Manhattan without much of a detour. This last one here goes a little outside, right over into Jersey. East Rutherford. I'm familiar with some of these. Oh, this is straight to Teterboro. Branson with five pounds. Thank you, sir. Funding the in-flight snacks. I did hit up Starbucks this morning. I know Starbucks can be a hot topic for some people, but there's one within walking distance of me, so I go there all the time. Unfortunately, I didn't even get coffee though. I just got some food. I just got a breakfast sandwich. So appreciate, those are my in-flight snacks today. Thanks, Branston. So we could go to Teterboro. I think this one down here, this Brooklyn airport here is, I don't even know which, wait, what does it say it is? I don't know what airport this is. If I can find it again. Floyd Bennett Field. I'm not familiar with this one, but it's on Long Island. And I think it's close enough to like Manhattan where we'll be able to see Manhattan and fly by. So I like this one better. Teterboro is a huge airport. This one says it's size 3. Teterboro also says size 3. So that's based on the runways. Yeah, I want to do this one. It's transporting dangerous materials. So, all right, let's take this one. Do a Sully and get in the Hudson. Yeah. If I was flying an airliner, sure. Was it a 787? Guys, stop. $4.99 from Michael. Paying for your breakfast sandwich this morning. Thank you. You guys seriously don't have to, do not have to fund my breakfast, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Coast Guard Air Station. Oh, nice. Oh, that's what CGAS stands for. Thanks, Bandit. That's interesting. So I guess Coast Guard is not considered military. I have it excluding military airports. I would almost consider Coast Guard military. I mean, it's more military than civilian, but I see Gabe is out here doing circles already, it looks like. What are you in, Gabe? Are you in the Caravan or in the Kodiak, right? So I accepted that job. So we'll do our flight planning in Sky Vector in a second. Once we watch this amazing flyby. Pretty sure Gabe's been flying the Kodiak. I don't have a moonroof in this thing, unfortunately. Coast Guard's technically one of 5 military branches. Oh, that's weird that it's not excluded here for military airports. But I think I'd rather go over there anyway. Am I on West? Can't find anyone. Yes, I should be on West. Yeah, I'm on West here. But I'm on the beta, so if you're not running the Sim Update 10 beta, then we won't be able to see each other. All right, we're on standby. We're just gonna squawk 1200. We're gonna find a VFR altitude. So let's go back to OnAir and find that, see that job that we just took. All right, so here, prepare my flight. And then what we can do is on the top left, I think, yeah, right here. So this is what I noticed before. There's this line right here, right, showing the job that I've accepted. This little line here, it shows we're taking chemicals. And then this little tiny button here says find similar jobs. So if you get into doing OnAir company and you really want to maximize your profit, this is kind of the most basic thing you can do to try to take more jobs on the leg that you're already flying, on the route you're already flying. So if I just click this button, it's probably going to find nothing. But what this would do is give us any other jobs that are going from our planned, on our planned route already. So this is the exact same route. So this would mean that the job has to depart from Harrisburg and arrive over at that Brooklyn Coast Guard, the Coast Guard Air Station. So In this case, there aren't any. But if you're flying, you know, a bigger plane and you're flying from more major airports, you're going to be more likely to find more similar jobs just doing this. And then the second way would be the more advanced way, just the more time-consuming way, would be to go back to find jobs at the current airport, like I'm doing from my plane menu or my plane list here. So this is the way we just found the current job. But what I could do is go through and say, okay, well, we're flying up here from Harrisburg over towards New York City. And what I could do is just manually go through. So the one that goes to Teterboro, for example, I could accept this job as well. Then I could decide to land at Teterboro and then make that quick hop over to Long Island. So I'm taking all the passengers that are, you know, coming from Harrisburg towards New York City and just bringing them along the way, make 2 stops out of it. So that's kind of the more time-consuming way to do it, but you would be able to, you know, maximize the efficiency of your route. Assuming that we have enough, you know, payload available, we can take as many passengers and the payload for the cargo that our plane can carry, all that stuff. As long as it works out weights and balances wise and fuel wise, then yeah, we could do this. I guess, I don't know, maybe I should just do it. All right, let's take both and then see how it goes. So we're going to go to Teterboro, and then we're going to make a little stop after Teterboro over here. We're going to hop right over Manhattan, basically, to go to Long Island down here to Brooklyn, and then land at the at this Floyd Bennett Field right here for our second one. So let's see how that goes. All right, so I'm going to go back to preparing the flight. Should I smoke now? As long as you're in chat, smoking is allowed. Yeah, I'll leave that smoking light off. Just for you, Bloomin'. Do I play DCS? No, I've given DCS a few tries, but I have not. I've tried it. I think it's probably the same. Hey, Citizen's here with us. I think it's probably the same experience people have with flight sims, but maybe like just way more intense. Where you try it and you're like, yeah, I tried it. And if you don't get past the learning curve, you just kind of stop. So I haven't gotten past that learning curve. All right, so here, since I've taken 2 jobs, we're loading both of these payloads here. And we'll see how we do with fuel. So our total weight now, as I add these up, we have 2662 plus 533. So that right here is listed as our cargo, 3195 pounds. So let's do 3195 pounds to tons, which gives me 1.6 tons. So down here on SimBrief, I'm going to put that in for my freight. We're going to go 1.7 just to be safe. And the passengers, this includes the passenger weight, so I'm just going to leave passengers on 0 so it doesn't add any additional weight from the passenger selection here. All right, then we're going from KMTT, so Mike Delta Tango, and we're going to Teterboro first. That's Tango Echo Bravo. So MDT, Mike Delta Tango, Tango Echo Bravo. All right, let's see what it gives us here. So it's giving us a Victor Airway to follow. So this is good. We're going to use, actually, we'll see what we can do with this Bob's fix here. It looks like we're going direct to an RNAV fix called Bob's, B-O-B-S-S. On the Victor 162, then we're going to go to, I'm getting some suggestions here for spell correction. FJC and SEW, so 2 VORs on our route here to Teterboro, and let's see. Yeah, so Bob's is this waypoint right north of our departure, right north of the airport. All right, so I'm going to go over to Sky Vector. First, I'm going to put this in the chat in case anybody wants to do the same plan. So we're doing KMDT, Bob's, Victor 162. 2 of these VORs, and then Teterboro. So that's the route we're going to fly. And I'm just going to copy this into sky vectors so I can get all of the, I want the world low charts. And we'll fly VFR, but I'm going to still fly along these airways, and we'll use our RNAV instrument, we'll use our VORs, and we'll use that cool RNAV computer again on the approach just because it's awesome. All right, so Harrisburg to Teterboro. And then I'm just going to type in the route here. Oops. And after each one, I think you can just hit tab. Let me try this. Victor 162. Oh, it automatically did that one. To FJC, STW, and then hit enter. All right, so I think this is right. Now, when we're flying on a Victor airway and we're using GPS, so the G1000 that I use all the time, it lets us actually input the airway, and that'll include any turns that happen along the airway. But because we're not using the G1000, and this is a challenge with the 530 and the 430 as well. The GTN or the GNS 530 and 430 also do not allow you to enter airways. Excuse me. So the G1000 does, so it's special in that regard, but the 530 and 430 are more basic. So this would be an issue if we had the 530 and 430 as well. We would need to put in each of these individual waypoints along the way. So we can see here, we have our departure, then we're flying to Bob's right here. And then from there, we're flying to this waypoint, Huang, and then Dummer, and then to our first VOR over here. So these two waypoints, Huang and Dummer, these wouldn't be known to the 530, 430 because you didn't enter the airway. You can't enter the airway. You have to enter the individual waypoints. So this can get really tedious, which is why on the G1000, it's really nice that you can enter an airway, especially if you're on that airway for a long distance. You're going to pass over a lot of intersections like these. And at each intersection, there's a chance that you're going to have to make a slight turn. So that's where the beauty of, or the helpfulness, I guess, the advanced tech in the G1000 is helpful. Anyway, in our case, it looks like the course is the same along the whole airway, though it does give us the distances, so we'll be able to tell when we're crossing these intersections. So we have that little 11 there and 21 there. So because we have DME on our first VOR here, we'll be able to tell our DME from leg to leg. So from the VOR itself to the Dummer waypoint is 21 nautical miles right here. From Dummer to Huang, I'm doing it in reverse, but from Dummer to Huang is 11 right there. And then this first segment here from Bob's is 20. So for us to figure out where Bob's is, and because we don't have GPS, the only way for us to find out where this intersection is by figuring out that waypoint relative to a VOR. And that's actually where that RNAV computer comes in super handy that's in the analog Caravan. We can take any VOR that's within our reception, within range, and then virtually place a waypoint relative to that VOR. So say this Harrisburg VOR right over here, we can say, all right, tune into the Harrisburg VOR. On the 102 radial, which is shown right here, that's where that line goes to intersect that, or where that intersection is right here, Bob's. And we can just add up these distances here. So we have 15 and then 28. I'm actually not sure what this line is. I'm gonna have to look up this dash line, this like hatch pattern, this zigzag pattern. I'm not actually sure what that is. There's just so many notations. I don't know all of them. Probably don't even know half of them at this point. But anyway, we can add that up. That's the Victor 162, and then the Victor 12 leads us to that waypoint. So we could just put in the mileage right here. We could put in 28 plus 15 and get 43. So we would put in 43 miles from the Harrisburg VOR on the 102 radial, gives us the Bob's intersection. So we can go ahead and turn that in right now. So I'm gonna do that right now. 112.5. Let's go ahead and put that in here. What? How is it's already on 112.5? Nice. That's because the last time we used this, we used the Harrisburg VOR, so it's already in there. And then it's in RNAV mode already, so I'm going to hit this little data button down here. So this data button will go between these three settings: frequency, radial, and distance. So just like I said, when we were looking at the map, we're going to put in that frequency, go a certain radial, use a certain radial. In our case, it's the 102, because we want to follow this radial to that intersection Bob's. So 102. So I'm going to dial in 102 for the radial. 102. And then for the distance, we put in We have to add these two together, so we're gonna get 43. That's 15 plus 28. Let me double check my math. Yeah, 43. So I'll dial in 43. And then the decimal here you can change by push-pulling the inner knob right here. So I'm gonna pull it, and now when I turn it, it'll change that decimal value and then push it back in. All right, so 43. And we don't have it in range yet. In Microsoft Flight Sim, it seems like most of the time you don't get the VOR reception at all until you take off. I mean, it could be because of the line of sight. It could be accurately blocking the VOR reception just because all these mountains. So that's probably the case. So once we take off, we'll probably get it pretty shortly after takeoff. Gabe's just doing circles here. He's like, come on already, just do the flight plan, let's get going. All right, so we have that all dialed in. And then on the last stream, somebody was asking about different waypoints. So you can store and use 4 different waypoints in this. And that's what this little waypoint section is right here. You can see use and display. So use means what it sounds like on the left side here. Basically the active waypoint is in use. So you can say which one is in use. Are we using waypoint 1, 2, 3, or 4? Actually, do I have to hit display first? Display to... Okay, we have to switch first. Okay, so we can't just cycle between the ones on use. We have to cycle through the displayed waypoint. So here what it's going to show us is the frequency we have tuned in, or we could, you know, cycle through and look at the radial for each one. Anyway, as you hit display, it's showing the frequency up here for 4 saved VOR frequencies. So you can have 4 of them stored at once. And once you select it, to switch over and activate that one, you click use right here. So right now it's actually trying to use number 2, which is 117.4. So I'll just switch back to 1, which is 112.5. That's the Harrisburg VOR. And then if I hit use, this will activate it for use by the actual RNAV. Oh, hey, it's working now. That was weird. Okay, it's got it, it's receiving it already, I guess. It doesn't come with music radio, unfortunately. I got some copyright-free Spotify stuff going on. I would love to play other stuff, but I don't want to get struck down by the copyright gods, you know? So I have to just play some generic copyright-free music. Love that the screens have fingerprints on them. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm glad you guys can see that detail, too, on the stream. That's great. Hey, Deuce, what's up? Things have been good. I was gone last weekend just because I took a train trip for the weekend to see a friend. And, yeah, I just took the weekend off, basically. And, yeah, it was a good time. I hadn't taken a train for a while, either, and I love trains. I'm very pro public transportation, and believe it or not, here in LA and in California, the public transportation's pretty good. So yeah, I just hopped on the Amtrak and went up to Santa Barbara for the weekend. It was really nice. Saw some music, had a good time. I just love the trade. Can bring your favorite whiskey or beer on the train too. Can't do that in a car. All right, so we're good here. So this is all tuned in. So what this is showing us is that 29.1 nautical miles from us. Actually, we should see... Oh, that is not accurate at all. So it should be way closer than that. Look, it's... Oh, I have the wrong airport in, don't I? That's probably why. KMDT. Isn't it KMTD? Mike, I think I put in the wrong airport. Hold on. KMDT. KMDT. No, that's correct. Did I put the wrong one here? No, Harrisburg. That's correct. Okay, so something is wrong because here it's showing that we're only 6 nautical miles. SkyVector says 6 nautical miles from the Bob's intersection. And then here it's showing 29.1 nautical miles. So let's double check this. 112.5 is a Harrisburg VOR. That's correct. The radial is the 102 radial. And then the distance is 43, but that must not be correct. So I actually don't see distances here then. This 15 and 28, it's probably just one of these distances. No, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm actually a little confused here. I'm not sure why that's the case. If we change this to the Harrisburg VOR, let's see what happens. I'll just put another line here. I just want to... I'm trying to find this distance, and it doesn't look like it depicts that distance. Maybe that airway is no longer in use or something. What we could do is... This will be more difficult because it's so much further away. This VOR over here, East Texas... if we added up these distances, we could also find the Bob's intersection from there. And then I don't see a distance shown here from this VOR for the Bob's intersection either. So it looks like, I don't know, maybe this was discontinued or something. That Victor Airway no longer is applicable, I'm not sure. Let me see what happens if I'm trying to find this distance right here. I mean, it's only 16 nautical miles from our current airport up here to the Harrisburg VOR. Use a second VOR to double check in the air. Yeah, that's an option except for how close we are to this. By the time we take off, we're gonna get to this Bob's intersection really quickly. I mean, really, it doesn't matter because we're flying VFR. So all I have to do is depart and fly north. But it looks like, yeah, there's something... For some reason, I'm unable to figure out the distance here. It's not depicted on the chart, the distance between Harrisburg and Bob's. It's not 28 plus 15 miles. That's way too far. So in terms of this chart, I'm not sure. And if I check high en route, world high, it's not going to show the Victor Airway. It's going to show a Jet Airway, so that doesn't apply. All right. Anyway, we're good. I guess what I could do... It doesn't matter. We're flying VFR. If we were flying IFR and we were required to pass directly over this intersection, it would be more of an issue. In that case, what I would do is, yeah, I would use another VOR. It looks like the only other VOR that intersects with this is the Victor 162 that we're going to fly on. And that is relative to the East Texas VOR over here. So, yeah, so that'll be fine. I mean, I could plug it in just for practice and see if we get reception. I don't think we'll get reception of East Texas from here. But if we wanted to do that, we could just go through and change it. So we'll use the East Texas 110.2. Dial in that frequency. Yeah, and it's not going to be in range yet. But if we did, we would check the radial here, which is the 260. 260 radial, and we would do 21 plus 11. That's 32. Plus 20 is 52. So we put in 52 miles. All right, so that would be set up in case that's what we wanted to do. If we wanted to fly to Bob's relative to the East Texas VOR, then this would work. But we'd have to be airborne first. And we're 50 plus miles from that. So there's a decent chance that based on line of sight and, you know, our altitude, the distance, who knows if we would actually get that, be able to receive that. But let's turn on... HSI source. Okay, cool. All right, we're good there. So, all right, let's dial in our first VOR anyway. Actually, we're going to have to use the same VOR to fly on that Victor Airway. There aren't any other VORs that I can use to fly on this Victor Airway directly. Because you can see, if you just look at the line, the only VOR that is on that airway is the East Texas VOR right here. That's our only option. All right, so let's dial that one in and take off. This music sounds kind of funny right now. Let's skip that one. The music, if you hate the music, go ahead and complain. I'll do something about it, but it helps break up the complete silence. All right, 260. So let's dial that into our nav 1 and nav 2 radio, 110 or 110. 110.2. So let's put that in on both of these. .2 on all three radios, actually. Music was hilarious. All right, 110.2. We have our nav 1 source set here. And we are using, yeah, nav, not GPS. And then the radio that we're going to fly. So remember with VORs, how I always remind myself is to remember which direction, which route or which heading or which bearing rather, or track we want to fly. What course do we want to fly? We're going to fly towards the northeast. We're going to technically be on the 260 radial, but we're flying the reciprocal of that because we're heading to the station. If we flew 260, we'd be flying southwest. That's the opposite. So we do -2 +2. So the 2 becomes a 0, the 6 becomes an 8, and we get 080. So that's our inbound radial. Or our radial is going to be 260, but our course is going to be 080. So we'll dial in 080 down here. So there's 080 right there. It's on one side of that needle, one or the other. So our course is set. And then for DME, let's go ahead and turn this on. This is our little DME computer deal here. I don't know the actual technical name for this, but this gives us our DME for either nav1 or nav2. And this has a really cool feature where we can actually move it to hold mode. And even if we change what's active on that radio on nav1 or nav2, it'll still hold what it had been tuned into at the time. So it almost gives us a third, like a third radio in a way. So that's a really cool instrument too. All right, I'm going to turn my nav strobe taxi lights on. All right, and I got distracted, so we didn't do... Oh, Thomas says the distance is 14.7 according to Sky Vector. So you're talking about the Harrisburg VOR. Okay, we could go to Bob's then. So let's use the feature where we use a different one here. So I'll go to display 2. And we'll use number 2 for this one. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the... I have to look up what this means, what this gray squiggly line means. I mean, I assume that it means that this VOR, this airway is being deleted, basically. So let's use Harrisburg 112.5. And then the radial is 102. And then the distance, according to Thomas, is 14.7. All right, 14.7. And then I'm going to hit use here. All right, there we go. Okay, yeah, so it says exactly 6 nautical miles. So that checks out exactly with what Sky Vector shows from our departure airport to the intersection is 6 nautical miles. So that checks out perfectly. Fly a zigzag course. Yeah. Words asks, does this game use TACAN? So you can use TACAN if you're flying the Super Hornet. I'm not as familiar with the other military jets, but the Super Hornet that comes with all versions of Microsoft Flight Simulator, you can use TACAN. And you can actually use the course switch to dial in a specific course you want to fly to or from the station. So that does work in that plane. I'm not sure the last time I did it. I played around with it. I think it was on stream. It's probably a couple months ago. But yeah, in the Super Hornet, you can use TACAN. That's a Gulfstream? Oh, Blue Streak 9947. Actually curious what plane is pushing back here from the gate. I have a few flights here. This airport's bigger than I thought it was. Thai Air. It's the only one I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar with the other two. Who got pushed back? Look at this. There's a jet here sitting in the GA spot, kinda. Just want to check out some of these liveries. Since we haven't been at a towered airport for so long. Oh, it's American Eagle. Oh, is this the one that requested pushback? Yeah, it's starting to turn here. It's just nice to see some of the liveries just because we've been at untowered airports for so long the last several streams that we haven't really seen much traffic. All right, good thing we're not going to IFR because our clearance would have been void by now. All right, so we have our first waypoint and we're going to take off and go north to the Bob's intersection. Then we're going to use our nav1 radio to hop on the Victor 162. And then we're going to take that over here to the East Texas VOR. Then we're going to leave on the 059 radio from there. So what I want to put it on the standby here is the next VOR. So we're going to go right here to Allentown 117.5. So I'm just going to put that in as our standby 1175. And then after that, we're going to go to Stillwater. So we're going to have to switch to this one midair. What I could do is leave nav 1 on standby for that one. And then kind of to remind myself is use nav 2 standby on this one, 109.6. There we go. I mean, I think realistically, we would want to use the same one on both just for redundancy. And from there, it looks like we're going outbound here on a 114 radial to straight to the Teterboro VOR. So that's going to be obviously right on the ground at Teterboro. We can see it's overlaying the airport symbol right there. Cool. And it looks like we have DME. Yes, there's a box around all of these except this one. Well, this is a Vortex, so that also gives us DME capability. So we'll have DME along the entire route. All of the VORs on our route have DME capability, so that's really great. And then let's figure out our altitude. So here above the Victor Airway name, we have an altitude shown, and that's our, I believe that's the MOCA, right? Is it the MEA? It's basically our minimum. It's not obstruction clearance, but it's our en route. I think it's a MER, our minimum en route altitude. And on a Victor Airway, if you fly this altitude or higher, it's going to guarantee not only obstruction clearance from obstacles, but it's going to also guarantee that you are within line of sight of the VORs used on that airway. So as long as we're above 3,000 feet, that's telling us that we will have the VOR right here, the East Texas VOR will be received throughout that leg. And then here, once we make the turn, again, it's another 3,000. It says 3,000 again. Here we keep following along. Looks like we exit the airway here, and then we're going directly to this Stillwater VOR here. And then from there, we will turn and go directly to Teterboro. So in this case, what I want to do is switch over to the VFR map because we don't get any altitudes shown here because we're not on actually on a Victor Airway. We're just going direct to those VORs. So if I switch to the VFR map, this is going to give us a better idea of the altitudes we need to be above for obstacle clearance. So first of all, the big blue number is our sector altitude. That's where this entire grid here, it's telling us the highest obstacle in that entire grid. So 2,400 feet. In this grid, it's 1,700 feet. You can see there in the bottom right. And then in the Teterboro grid, it's 2,000 feet. So we could just use 3,000 feet as our minimum because that works for all of this. It works for the airway, and then it works for these areas we're off the airway. So 3,000 is fine, but since we're flying VFR, we need to tack on 500 feet to that, so 3,500 feet at a minimum. And generally, we're going to want to fly higher than that for fuel efficiency, but if we wanted to fly low to the ground, 3,500 would be our minimum. And then we're heading eastbound, so 3,500 is a legit altitude as well. If we were going west, we would do even, so it would be 4,500. So 3,500 is good. So I'm just going to dial that in here in advance on the autopilot as a reminder. So at a minimum, we'll do 3,500 feet. And since we're VFR, we could climb up to 5,500 if we want, 7,500, 9,500. Those would all be legit eastbound VFR altitudes for us. All right, cool. There's a lot of talking. And I still haven't loaded the plane up yet. So let's do that and figure out how much fuel. So over here, we got our route and everything. So let's generate the flight. This will tell us how much fuel is estimated. This includes reserve fuel. Let's go ahead and get that. All right, 1,290 pounds for block fuel. So that includes taxing and everything. We only have 780. So let's see if we can fit 1,290. Oh, we can't. All right, so I can only get up to 48% fuel. That gives us up to 1,066 pounds. So I don't have enough fuel for my reserve. We need 1,290 to take all of this, the cargo that we're taking. So I'm gonna have to not take one of these. So what I'll have to do is Let's leave behind the chemicals and we'll take the electronic devices. They weigh a lot more. I actually don't know which one's worth more money. We're gonna have to cancel one of these because I don't have enough payload. So this is where it gets complicated if you are trying to do multiple payloads, multiple missions at once. You may run into a limitation on your payload because of fuel. So fuel plus that. So now we have 2,600 pounds. So what I need to do is go back and recalculate this flight. So instead of, I did 1.7, I think. 1.7 tons. So we were at 1.7 tons. So let's see. 2662. 2662. Just opening a new browser. 2662 pounds to tons gives us 1.33. So let's call it 1.4. So with 0.3 less in terms of our cargo, let's see how much fuel we need for that. Wait, 1316. How is that? Oh, I did auto passengers, didn't I? Let's try this the third time. Cessna 208. Passengers 0, freight 1.4. Overwrite. $12.87. So we actually can't take this much cargo with us. We can't do the heavier one, so I'll have to do the lighter one. So 533 pounds instead. So, you know, mattering how far we're going, we have to make these trade-offs. So that's 0.26 tons. So call it 0.3 tons. I mean, we'll be able to do this. .3 tons and no passengers is basically nothing. That's the same route, so that's correct. I want to make sure that the route was correct, otherwise, you know, it's estimating the fuel incorrectly, so it's good. All right. Wait, how is block fuel still 1243? Cruise at 070. Is it just because we're going so far? This isn't that far, right? I had a maximum put in there. We're only going 134 nautical miles. The 208's going off in front of you. Wait, is that is that Gabe? Yeah, it is. Flight sim things. This is the fun part. What do you mean? It's almost been an hour. We're close to takeoff. Yeah, I mean, I think well, what I'm not sure about it, I mean, the weight is not affecting us as much. It's really just the distance, I guess, and the route. So with Teterboro and that much weight, this is tons, right? Passenger baggage is automatically based on passengers, which is why we have passengers at 0. So if I did 0 freight and did the same flight, see, the block fuel is not changing that much. That's what I'm looking at here, because right now what we've only loaded up is. I can definitely, yeah, I can add more, but if I do Teterboro, because this is what we planned for in our route, can I get up to 12? Oh, I can, okay. Okay, this is gonna work, sorry, my bad. Yeah, Kaleem's right, I didn't test it again. I was more curious why the fuel was not going down by that much. But I do have to edit this again because I didn't put in the freight. All right. Grand Caravan, passengers at 0, freight is 1.4 tons. Generate the flight. Yeah, without that extra 300 pounds, or extra 500 pounds, obviously we can put that extra 500 pounds into fuel instead. All right, so 1287 on the block fuel. And we're at there's 1285. We'll go 1300, so that'll work just fine. All right, and yeah, we're still going to Teterboro, so we're gonna abandon that job for the chemicals, bringing those over to that Brooklyn Coast Guard station there. All right, let's finally load it up. Has it already been an hour? I can't tell. It's been 50 minutes. I mean, yeah, the flight planning takes just as long sometimes. I mean, we're chatting in between, right? It's not all business here. It's fun. We're talking about cheesy music. All right, so while it's loading that up, let's get our taxiing going. And we're going to taxi and depart to the north. Let's go ahead and get the ATIS.
Harrisburg Airport information, Quebec 2200 Zulu. Wind 171 at tree. Visibility 10. Sky condition 6,700 feet scattered. Temperature tree 0. Dew point 10. Altimeter tree 0.14.
All right, 3014.
Landing and departing runway 13.
All right, 13 is in use.
Say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have Quebec.
Okay, we have Quebec. And we're going to depart to the north. So I put in over here 3014 on the autopilot barrow. This is separate and not synchronized to our altimeters setting over here. So our primary altimeter, when I change this, it's not going to change it on the autopilot. So you need to keep both of these in sync with this CAP 140. If you're in the G1000 or something more modern, they synchronize automatically. The G1000's autopilot is integrated into the G1000 a lot of the time. Not necessarily every time. But if it is a G1000, it's probably already, the autopilot is handled in the G1000 as well. But this one, the actual autopilot guts are here separately, so it's not synchronized. So that's why you make sure to set the barrow here as well. And then it said, what did it say for landing and departing runway? Was it 13? Let's see what it estimated here. Yeah, 13, direct to Bob's, which we have programmed in, then all this, and it's estimating Teterboro runway 19er. If we look at our wind here, average wind component is in our favor, so it's a plus, positive, 006. So overall, we should have around a 6 knot average tailwind for this flight. So that's nice. Cool. And yeah, we're going VFR, but yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. So we'll try to do some cloud dodging here, and then request taxi depart north. So we're gonna go to runway 13.
Kilo India Papa with Romeo request taxi for takeoff departure.
I'm gonna set our bug here to 13. So that means it's gonna be over here somewhere. All right, 13 via Bravo Alpha. Tower and 1248 when ready.
Taxiing hold short runway 13 using taxiway Bravo Alpha.
So we set our standby here for 1248. All right, and that's for the towers. So we need to go to 13 via Bravo. Oh, you know what I didn't get yet is it's kind of expensive, but the same team that makes this plane, Black Square, they made taxiways for Europe and the US, and it replaces the taxiways, the taxi signage, and makes them accurate, which is, I think, long been a complaint by people playing Microsoft Flight Sim. Oops, I didn't start tracking yet. Let's do that. It'll penalize me because I started up the engine and everything already. All right, taxi light is on, strobe is on. All right, we're gonna make our way over here. So I put the bug right down here to show me where runway 13 is. So we know it's gonna be the opposite side of the bug, because once we turn around, you know, when we're at the threshold of the runway, the bug will be at the top. So we know that the runway's over this way. This is just a single runway at this airport anyway. Oops, that's not a taxi line. All right, so we're gonna make our way over here. And who knows if these signs are right, but yeah, so 3-1 and 1-3. I mean, there's only this one taxiway, but this is an example of maybe not this specific airport, but that product, that plugin, or sorry, that mod, it makes this taxiway signage better. It adds a bunch of signs as well, like run-up areas and stuff like that. It looks pretty awesome. I haven't bought it myself yet, but just in seeing it, it looked really cool. This is the fun part. What do you mean? Yeah, I guess it is kind of. Once you're up, actually flying the plane, boring. I like the amount of detail you put into this. Learn new stuff every time. I mean, it's good. I mean, it's just good practice for me anyway, right? Like I'm learning a lot of this stuff and need the refreshers all the time anyway. So, all right, let's go into altitude reporting mode. And once we take off, we'll just climb to 3,500. We could climb higher if we want to, but generally I like to fly lower just so we can see the landscape closer. We can see city. We're gonna get close to Manhattan on the way. We'll see it in the distance when we land at Teterboro. It's right over the river, so that'll be cool. All right, we can taxi faster than this. So once we take off, we're gonna depart north and we're gonna go directly to that Bob's intersection. And we figured out that intersection right here based off the Harrisburg VOR. So this device is giving us, and actually I should switch the HSI source to that. Once we turn around, I'll set the course to just be a direct course. So now that we switch the HSI source, instead of using nav1, which is using a VOR, this is using a VOR, but it's using a virtual VOR. All right, so we're on Bravo. So that's, yeah, this sign shows Bravo, which is nice. The other one didn't, but maybe that's because we were at an intersection or something. So if we switch this over to use RNAV, it's going to use the RNAV computer right here. That's putting a virtual VOR, basically. It's putting a waypoint based on a VOR at that intersection that we have as our first intersection in the flight plan. It's only 6 miles like north of us, so as soon as we take off, we're just going to go directly to it. All right, and this is Bravo leading to Alpha right here. Just picking up the pace a little bit. We're going a little bit too slow. All right, Deuce, and I think that's Deuce right behind me, and then Citizen behind him. Got a few of us today. Has anybody heard of any updates? I'm a little bit out of the loop this week since I was out of town, but did anybody hear about the... Oh, Mike, you're a Citizen. Gonna try tagging along. The Chancellor 414. Yeah, I don't have that plane, so what's it showing you as? It's showing you as like a little like vintage plane almost, a little solo seater kind of plane. I'm not familiar with the Chancellor. All right, we're gonna go all the way to the end here. So yeah, once we take off, yeah, we're gonna go north. We're gonna use the RNAV computer here to go directly to that waypoint. And then once we hit that waypoint, we're gonna switch over to use our first VOR. We have that tuned in on, our Nav1 radio already. So that's the East Texas VOR. And we're gonna fly to that one as our second waypoint. All right, flaps were already down from before. Our trim is neutral. All right, landing light is on. Taxi light is off. Parking brake on. Let's contact the tower. So I'm going to swap the frequency here. And then let's do takeoff clearance.
Tower Cessna November.
I'm going to go to high idle.
India Papa ready at runway 13 departure to the north.
Flap is down.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa altimeter 30.141 at tree. Departure.
Oh, I didn't set this. 3014.
Takeoff runway 13.
All right, clear for takeoff 13.
Cleared for takeoff runway 13 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
There's 3013. All right, they cleared us for takeoff. Parking light Or sorry, parking brake is off. Squiggly line is an unusable that can't be assigned or used. Okay, nice, Michael. Yeah. I mean, that's what it looks like. Just looking at it visually, it seems like that's the case, but that's good to know that that's actually what it means. We got our localizer antenna right there. I'm using a plugin called We Love VFR. I keep saying plugin, a mod called We Love VFR, and I think it might be responsible for adding in. Oh, sorry, that's the lighting system. Sorry, not the localizer. I think it might be responsible for adding in some of these things. All right, this is a super wide runway, so I'm gonna pull over here to the right side. All right, and we're gonna take off and turn to the north. I actually didn't look at the course we need to fly to get to this, so I'm gonna need to remember to switch to 080 once we cross it. So I'm gonna sync up our heading bug. Now the course, what we're gonna do is just fly directly to that waypoint. So all I'm gonna do is turn this around to be centered. That's with a from flag, so that's the wrong way. I have to turn all the way around the other way. There we go. The white arrow needs to be on the same side as the yellow arrow for us to have a 2 indication. And then I just center the needle. So once we take off, that's the course we're gonna wanna fly to get directly to that waypoint, Bob's. All right, full power. Or not quite full power. We're actually going to keep an eye. I'm going to keep an eye on my torque because I don't want to redline it to damage the engine. It's a little less than full power. Airspeed's alive. And we're already at 60 knots. All right, just trimming this out. We're waiting for our speed to be about 100 before we put our flaps up. Just using my trim wheel on my Bravo right now. Okay, we're over 95. Yeah, we're about 100 knots, so I'm gonna put flaps up and trim up for that. We're gonna respond on ATC.
November 22 Kilo India Papa, continue for north departure.
All right, continue for north departure. So we're gonna turn out here to the left. We're also above 500 feet AGL. I can see that right here. We just hit 500 AGL on our radar altimeter right there. All right, we're just going to turn out and intercept this course. We're only 6 miles away from the waypoint. So once we get to this waypoint, we can see 6 miles right here on that RNAV computer. And we're going to climb up to 3,500 feet. That's our minimum en-route altitude to make sure that we have reception of all the VORs that we'll be using to fly. Let me sit up a little so you guys can see a little bit better. All right, so we're just flying towards that course. Going up to 3,500. And I'm keeping my eye right here on this as well. Our airspeed's good around 100. Right here we have the course we're flying towards. So I'm just watching that yellow line. We're gonna fly directly onto that course, and then you can see right here, you can barely see it, but I can see it. We have 4.9 miles until we get to that first waypoint. Okay, we're at 2,800 feet now. Or sorry, 1,800 feet. About to hit 2,000 feet. We're going up to 3,500. And right here, this is where our waypoint is. This is basically our virtual waypoint we added based off the VOR. So this is actually representing an RNAV waypoint. Since we're not using GPS, we're using this cool RNAV computer. All right, still climbing, 2,200 feet, almost 2,300 feet. Let's check our outside air temperature really quickly. Over here, 20 degrees Celsius outside, so we're good. All right, we're about to get on that course. All right, we're gonna say okay to that.
Tower Cessna November.
Maybe we'll get flight following or something.
India, Papa frequency change.
All right, so now we're turning onto course here. So I'm gonna turn over this way. We're still climbing, 100 knots, about to pass 3,000 feet. We're just turning to be directly on that, match up our heading with that course since we're on the course now. Remember, this is taking us to our first waypoint, that RNAV waypoint called Bob's. All right, we're at 3,200 feet. All right, so now we're on course. We're still climbing. All right, now I'm going to turn on autopilot. Could have done this a while ago and wanted to hand fly a little bit. All right, turn autopilot on. Let's turn vertical speed mode on and nav mode on. Actually, sorry, we'll turn heading mode on. And just sync our heading bug. We actually can't use the autopilot with the RNAV system here. The autopilot doesn't work with this, but it does work with our VORs. All right, we're 0.9 miles away, so we're gonna need to make our turn soon. So what I'm gonna do is change our course to that 080 course we had from before. That's where we need to go for our first VOR. And then we're gonna change our nav source here. All right, we're 0.3 miles, so we're crossing over that intersection right now. All right, so we just crossed over, so I'm gonna switch our nav source over, and I'm gonna switch our heading bug over to the right to start that turn. And now what we're gonna do is, we're using the VOR, so it's 51 miles until we get to the East Texas VOR. I'm gonna switch to nav mode, and that's gonna fly the course that we dialed in. Nav 1. So it's flying to intercept this course right here. And we're using, right here, we had the VOR already put in. So 110.2 is our active VOR. So if we look at our flight plan again, what we did, we just took off. We flew to this intersection right here called Bob's. And then we made our right-hand turn. We're flying 080 heading, or 080 course, to get up to this VOR right here, East Texas. So that's the 110.2 frequency we have tuned in right here. And autopilot's holding us at 3,500. And then right here, we're flying, our goal is to fly a 080 course. So actually I have it looks like it's off a little bit. There we go. And it's going to turn us back to intercept that because I have autopilot on in nav mode, and it's using the VOR and this dialed in course right here to fly that specific course for us. Hey Chris, what's up? Hey Theracat. Richard says, how's it looking so real? It just looks good. I don't know, I mean, I do, the only mods, I have a couple of mods. I think the big one is Rex AccuSeason. That's the one that replaces all of the trees. So these trees are all, yeah, all controlled by Rex AccuSeason. Oh, the no smoking sign. No, wait, it's not on. No, you're good. It's off. I got you. Well, let's put the seatbelts on. You need to sit there in your seat and smoke. Sorry, you know. You're gonna have to smoke while you're sitting there, but you gotta sit there. Anyway, but yeah, Rex AccuSeason is the one I have. My graphic settings are actually, I think I have them on the Ultra preset, but I've pulled back the terrain stuff to 100 detail instead of 200 because that's the biggest frame killer. Fat rips in the back. Looking at it wrong. No, you're good. You're good. I wouldn't do that to you anyway. Not on purpose, at least. I'm going to pull back on my throttle a little bit here. That's how I damaged the engine before. I had it way too close to this red marker here. That's not exceed mark for 1900 RPMs. All right, so now we're on our second leg. So we're on this magenta line right here, the super long one, on the Victor 162 airway. Here we have 3,000 as our minimum on-route altitude. Because we're flying VFR, we're just flying 3,500 instead of 3,000. We can go ahead and get flight following if we want. It's not a bad idea.
Harrisburg approach Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa is type Cessna Caravan.
Trying to think, the only other graphics mod I have is that one I mentioned earlier, which is called We Love VFR. It's on flightsim.to, and it's a free mod that adds a bunch of like VFR obstacles and stuff. So it'll add like little radio towers and stuff, things that aren't normally in the world. So I've been using that one. And then there's another one related to that that adds power lines. Oh, connection lost. Interesting.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, did you hear my last transmission?
I did not, but okay, gave us a squawk code. Squawk 4532. Let's do that. He'll respond instantly when you type in the squawk code. Well, he normally would. 4532. 4352. There, now he'll respond without me. He should respond without me hitting anything.
Cessna Kilo India Papa radar
There we go.
3 miles north of November 763,500 feet. Altimeter 30.14.
Alright, Gabe's back too. Looks like I had a little outage. That was weird. Alright, acknowledge radar contact. 3014. I just hit B on my keyboard to automatically set that, so that sets it here and over here.
On 118.25. Good day.
11825? Alright.
Going to 118.25 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Switching us over already. He's like, oh, you want flight following? Get out of here. We're done.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India
We love
Papa,
VFR2 for the US. Yeah, that's the one I got. Yeah, there's two different ones. I should add those links somewhere. I feel like you would love VATSIM. I know, I agree. It's still so intimidating, but I did do Pilot Edge. It's been a while. I did Pilot Edge over, man, it's been since December, I think. What is that right there? Oh, is that a drone? Oh yeah, I installed another thing from the marketplace that adds like drones and hot air balloons and gliders, and you can collide with them. I forgot about that. That was like a little drone or something we just passed by. Oh, what is it called? It's in the marketplace. Sorry, for Gabe and for Mike who are flying along, I'm gonna pause for a second. Wait, can I look in the? No, I can't look in the marketplace. There is something. There's something I added from the marketplace that adds obstacles, like airborne obstacles. There's another one right there. Look, is that a hang glider or something? Yeah, there's a hang glider right there. Right there, right under us. See that? That's a hang glider. So I think it's made by the same team that made FS Birds. Traffic in Sight, that might be it. Yeah, I forgot I added that, and so yeah, and you can actually collide with them. So I was a little worried about putting it on, and I guess I've forgotten about it, which is not good. But yeah, it could very quickly end our flight live on stream if I just run into a hot air balloon or something, or a drone, or a jetpack, man, or whatever's going on out there. Is my resolution 4K? It's 1440p, Michael. I only have a 1600 tall monitor. It's an ultra-wide gaming monitor, so I do not run 4K even off stream. But because I just have one single ultra-wide monitor, when I stream and when I record videos, I run it in windowed mode at 1440. And I do that well, first of all, because ultra-wide is not super popular. Like, most people want 16:9 for their content. I think a long time ago I did an ultra-wide and people didn't like it. Not everybody's running ultra-wide. I would say that more simmers are probably running like 3 monitors compared to 3 16:9 monitors instead of 1 ultra-wide. But anyway, yeah, it helps me, obviously. Like, I have chat on the right side, and I have my streaming software on the left, and then I have the sim just centered, windowed. Took a little getting used to, but yeah, it's running in 1440. And then I can run the stream in 1440 as well. Waiting for sim update 10 because the sim's still buggy for me. You can use the beta, Richard. If you're not on the beta, I mean, we don't. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I didn't get any updates this week. I didn't look out for much this week as far as flight sim news. But a few weeks back, they said it would be 2+ weeks, 2 or more weeks, until they release sim update 10. So I'm still using the beta. The mods in the description. This time I tried something new. I put together a website this week for myself because I actually I'm always mentioning links, and I'm always having to update the video descriptions for links. So I thought for the streams I would just link to the site that I made, which has the links on it. What, there's something else over there too. Dude, there's another little like drone or something. I think maybe we should climb a little bit higher. Let's go up to 5,500 real quick. I'm a little worried about running into these things. I'm using my Honeycomb Bravo right now. It has little autopilot buttons. I'm using that to dial in vertical speed. And put to VS mode. All right, we're gonna go up to 5,500 because of all these obstacles, all this traffic and sight stuff. I'm a little worried I'm not gonna see a hang glider or a balloon in front of us and it's gonna end the stream or end the flight. That would be embarrassing. Secondhand smoke from the backs making us see things. Yeah, I need to add a bunch more links to the site. I just put it together the last few days and just playing around with making a site. Yeah, I have too much RAM. The reason I have that much RAM is because for several years I was doing audio engineering as a hobby for fun, so mixing music, like multi-tracks, and what I had a Mac at the time, a MacBook Pro before I built this PC. I was doing all my audio stuff on Mac, which is great, but I was like, all right, I want to get into flight sim. My partner flies. I wanted her to be able to use the flight sim too. I was like, I'm going to build a gaming PC again. Hadn't had one for years. So I decided to build it, and I thought, well, I'm just going to go all out. I want it to work for all my audio stuff as well. So I just gave it a ton of RAM. I mean, nobody needs that much RAM. 32 or 64 is probably overkill too. But yeah, I got too much RAM. It probably never uses more than like 20% of it. What is that, Reading? Oh, Lindbergh approach? I thought it said Reading. Oh, Reading approach, yeah. 125.15.
Going to 125 decimal.
All right, there's 125.15 on the radio. Swap it. Wait a few seconds so we don't step on anyone. Stare at Gabe's beautiful Kodiak. And then talk to ATC.
Reading approach Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa 4,900 feet.
All right, we're going up to 5,500 to avoid some of these balloons. 3015. Hit B to update that. And just a quick position check. All right, we're almost up to 5,500. And our airspeed's still good. 22.9, so 23 nautical miles until we get to this VOR right here. So this is the East Texas VOR. Once we cross over that, we're going to change our course over to, so it says 059 is our outbound course. So once we cross over, we just need to remember to switch our course to 059. We do that just here using the HSI. So right now it's on 080. So we're going to switch it over to 059 once we cross over that. So we got 21 nautical miles till we get there. That's the turn we're going to make when we get there. Are my NVIDIA settings default? Yes. The only thing I changed in my NVIDIA control panel is my maximum frame rate, and I just changed it to my monitor refresh rate, which is 175. But besides that, everything's on default. The guy who makes the Power Lines mod released a ski lifts mod and a marina mod, all free. That's awesome. Dude, the Power Lines look great. I don't know that I've seen any on this flight, or if we're low enough to see them, but they look awesome. It really does add a lot. Because the Power Lines, like the data is already in the sim, they just didn't draw anything for it. What yoke and rudder pedals? I use the Airbus side stick actually. The Thrustmaster Airbus side stick. It's pretty much like the T18, or is it 16? T16000. Pretty much the same thing, but it's the Airbus model. If you're gonna buy a stick, I agree with other people, and I would recommend just getting the T16000 instead, because it has more buttons, it has more thumbsticks and stuff. And they're both, I think they are both ergonomic. You can use them left or right-handed, pretty sure. I mainly got the Airbus one because it was new at the time and I wanted something that I could use left or right hand. I use it left hand. And then for my rudder pedals, I have the MFG crosswinds. I do have the Alpha, William, but I don't use it. I don't use it just because of the streaming setup and having the microphone in front of me and everything. I don't want to... I found myself like hitting it by accident. Like when I turn it, I would bump the microphone that's sitting in front of my face on a boom. So for me, ergonomically, the stick is easier. And I also like just being able to pick it up and put it away. You know, when I'm not doing flight sim stuff, I just pick up the stick and put it to the back of my desk. I don't like having to detach the alpha every single time. All right, let's check our stuff here. 15 miles until the VOR. It's that East Texas VOR. Outside air temperature is 13, so our pitot heat can stay off. 58 degrees in the cabin, so let's get the heat on. I'll just close the vents for now. And then, yeah, let's turn our... Oh, I had it cooling, actually. I'll just turn the cooling off. Because it was 90 degrees on the ground, so we had the AC on. I'll turn that off for a bit, because it's 57. It's getting chilly in here. The HOTAS Warthog, maybe it's overkill. I think I mean, I'm a fan of all the peripherals, pretty much. I first had... Oh, what did I have first? It was like green with lights on it. I had a HOTAS first before I had the Bravo. Why do I forget the name of it? It wasn't the Warthog, but something else. Monitor frame rate times 4 to give you the frame rate to put in. I mean, my monitor refresh rate's 175 hertz, so there's no way I'm gonna get like 700 frames per second in any video game, as far as I know. Maybe like Tetris or something. I mainly just put it on that, so like when I'm in Windows and stuff, it's not like giving me 8,000 frames per second in Windows. There's no reason for it to work that hard, so I just limit it. It's just, I think it's just a common thing people do. Limit their graphics card to the refresh rate of their monitor. All right, we got some clouds coming up, and we are VFR. Let's check how far away these things are. All right, no precipitation, but we don't want to fly into these, so we're gonna have to descend again. Let's go back down to 3,500 feet. We are VFR, so we're trying to be good here and get out of the clouds. We're actually just too close to them in general. What is it? Is it a mile and 1,000 feet or something like that? I have to look up the VFR rules again for cloud proximity. Analog Caravan was, I think it was $30 US on justflight.com. The HOTAS work. I forget which HOTAS I had. I forget the name of it, but it was similar to that. I mean, it was a left-hand throttle and a right-hand stick, but I really wanted to get a left-hand stick and right-hand throttle, so that's why I ended up switching to the Airbus side stick and then use the Bravo. So it's a little more realistic. Throttle on the right hand instead of the left. I wanted it to match the planes. And even though this, this has a yoke and not a stick in the Caravan, at least in any case, I'm using my left hand.
124.45 for Cessna Kilo India Papa.
All right, 12445. All right, contact them. Press number 1.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa 4,000.
We got a big airport up here. Wonder what airport that is. All right, we're only 5 miles from the VOR, so I guess is that Allentown? That's Lehigh Valley, maybe? Oh no, wait, it's off to our left, isn't it? Oh no, we haven't made that left-hand turn yet. Which airport is that? We're right here. It must be this one up here. Layton? No, that's too small. I'm not sure. All right, so once we get here, we're going to change our outbound course to 059. So we're at 3.5 nautical miles right now. I'm going to square up the heading bug first, because we're going to get into that cone of silence or whatever for the VOR. So we're going to switch over to heading mode temporarily, just so the autopilot doesn't freak out when it doesn't know where we are. And what time is it in Pennsylvania? It's about 7 p.m. local time where we're flying right now, so we're getting this awesome golden hour right now. All right, let's check our Yep, there we go, 1.8 miles. So all I'm gonna do, we're in heading mode now, so I can already change my course to 059. It's not gonna change our heading. So I'm just gonna turn this to 059 right there, right near the 6. And then we're 1 mile out. And I'm just gonna wait until we get the from flag. So we have the to flag still. We're gonna wait until this gets to 0 and then starts counting up. And then the flag here is on the to flag. Yep, we're in the zone of silence or whatever, cone of silence. And now there's a from flag. So now we can go ahead and switch to 059 from. So I'm just gonna switch back to nav mode on the autopilot over here. I did that with a shortcut. It's gonna turn us to the left as we don't collide with Gabe here. And so our new course is 059. So it's going to intercept that course. It's going to come in really fast because we're really close to the VOR, so it's really sensitive. And now it's turning back out. And on this one, we're only going for, looks like 14 miles until we get to the next VOR. So what we're going to do is, once we're set up here, we're going to switch over to the other VOR, which is right here, the Allentown VOR, 117.5. We're not going to switch just yet, because we are using this VOR, the active VOR, to navigate still. So once we get on course, we'll do that. And let's go ahead and change this. I'm going to use 117.5 on the other, on nav 2 right now, just to get our DME. So I switched this over to nav 2. So now this is the DME from the next VOR. So we have 10 miles until we get to this next waypoint. All right, looks like we're pretty well on course here. So I'm gonna, there's some wind from the right, I guess. So from the east kind of, or the south pushing us. So it's got us crabbed into it a little bit. So I'm gonna switch to heading mode again. We're just holding our current heading, and now I'm going to switch the VOR source over. We're going to switch over to the new VOR. And the course is not going to be exactly the same because every VOR has its own magnetic variation. This one actually has 240 scribbled out for some reason, which would be the reciprocal. I'm not sure why it's scribbled out. Maybe we're not supposed to use it anymore. Maybe it's out of date. So the reciprocal at 240 would be 060. So anyway, we're just going to center it up. We're just going to fly directly to that VOR. So we're good there, and I'm just going to go back to nav mode. And then we're going to switch back on here. I'm going to switch the DME over to nav 1 just to have everything on nav 1. So we're only 7 miles away from this next waypoint. And as soon as we get over that waypoint, we actually don't have a Victor Airway we're following. We're just going direct to the next VOR. So we'll prep that, 109.6 for the Stillwater VOR. This is just a really quick switchover we're doing here. All right, 109.6 is set up here. We're only 6 miles away from that turn we need to make. So again, I'm going to sync up the heading bug, switch over to heading mode, because I'm going to prepare nav 1 here to use the other VOR. So let's switch over to it, make sure it's in range. Okay, it is. And we're 36 miles from it. Oh, actually, let's switch back real quick. Let me show off what we can do here. What I can do is, I still want to know when I'm going to pass over this VOR we're headed to, this closer one. So I'm going to turn this to hold mode. So it's going to keep that VOR tuned in, even though we're switching our active VOR to the next one over here. So this is still holding the old VOR. It's still holding the Allentown VOR. Stillwater 109.6 is tuned in and active here. So now I can set our course, and we're not setting a specific course. We're just going to center the needle up and fly directly to it. So all we have to do is turn it so we have a 2 flag and the needle is centered. And now what we're waiting for is to pass over that old VOR that's not tuned in anymore. I put it in hold mode. So this is showing the DME for Allentown still, not for what we have tuned in on N1. So that's what's really cool about this little hold mode right here. William says, does this have an ADF? It does, yeah, right over here. I have it turned off. But if I turn this on, this is where we enter that frequency. So if you hit ADF, I'm actually not as familiar with ADF, but I think it's frequency. Yeah, so it's got a swap. So you just tune in the frequency here, kind of like you would a VOR, like a nav frequency, and then you hit frequency swap, and that makes it active here. Okay, so we're about to cross over. We're about to cross over the Allentown VOR. But here we have the other one set up, so I'm going to center the needle again. So we're 0.7 miles. We're about to cross over Allentown VOR, and that's where we make a slight right turn to head directly to Stillwater VOR. 0.5 miles. And we're not directly over it, so this will probably go up next. You can see the switch right here too, because I had that on the old VOR. All right, so that's a good time. We're going to switch over to nav mode, and that's going to turn us to go directly to the new VOR, which is Stillwater. All right, and so now we're headed directly towards Stillwater VOR. So we're off of a Victor airway now. So you see we were on Victor, the Victor 162 up until we got here and crossed the Allentown VOR. Now the flight plan we have is just going direct. We're not going on a Victor airway anymore. There's actually not even a Victor. I guess Victor 162 could still work here. It would take us up to this intersection instead, and then we have to turn. Anyway, this is our flight plan, so we're following it. So we're going direct to Stillwater now. Once we cross over Stillwater, we're going to switch to go direct to Teterboro VOR. All right, let's get some lights on here. Check our outside air temperature again. 16 degrees, still warm enough to not need pitot. And thankfully we haven't run into a hot air balloon or a hang glider or anything. I'll be kind of paranoid. I think those gliders and stuff exist up to like 6,000 feet. AGL. So yeah. A little worried about bumping into those. It's not the most stream-friendly mod. If all of a sudden we hit one, it just ends our flight. Alright, citizens with us. Deuce is off our wing as usual. This is a great time of day to fly. Like, just golden hour and sunset is the most beautiful stuff in this sim. It's amazing. We're touching wingtips. I'm taking a screenshot of this. Screenshot for the Discord. William says he's somewhat obsessed with old school NDBs. I haven't used one for a while. I'm not even... Sometimes they're hard to find. I guess there's one right here. Here's the Chatham NDB. It's mostly to our east. Is there anything else? I feel like they're a little easier to find on the low en route charts than they are on the VFR charts. Yeah, like here's the Chatham NDB. So here, if I go to the VFR chart, this is what it looks like there. It's just so much harder to see. They just like blend in. I think they're a lot easier to see on the world. I mean, a lot of things are easier to see, obviously, on the on-route maps. All right, so Stillwater. We are 21 miles away from the Stillwater VOR. Once we cross over Stillwater, we're going to make that turn to the east, head directly to Teterboro. Teterboro's 108.4. So let's dial that in on our standby. 108.4, and let's dial it in on nav 2. I mean, I guess technically what we would probably do is we would, for redundancy purposes, we would use nav 2 for the same as nav 1, just in case an instrument fails or something. So here we would dial in the same route. Or just center this needle up. So we have redundancy here between our CDI right here and our HSI. And then what we could do is, we haven't used it, what we could do is, the RNAV computer has two modes. It has the RNAV mode, which is where you set a virtual waypoint, but you could also just hit VOR and just use it for VOR information. So I could just go and change the frequency here to 108.4 and get some info about Teterboro. 108.4. And it looks like it's not in range yet. Yeah, if I switch here to 108.4, yeah, it's still red. All right, for now, I'm gonna monitor on nav2 and put the nav2 radio on. So if I turn nav1 radio on, we'll hear the Morse code in the background. You can probably barely hear it. Nav2, I'll leave that monitoring nav2, just so when we're in range, we'll hear that as just a cue to let us know we're in range of Teterboro VOR. All right, 1276.
Going to 127.6 Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
You can hold the shift key when you're changing frequencies to do the dials faster. What was it, 127? 1276. If you hold shift while you're turning a lot of knobs, it'll do it in double time. All right, let's check in. Give them our altitude, 3,500.
New York approach Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa, 3,500 feet.
I think this right here we have some. So this is an example of something that comes with a We Love VFR mod. So you have these little smokestacks. So like they're there, but it animates them, and there's a little smoke coming out. Here's another, some other kind of looks like a radio tower or something down here. So these are the kind of things that you get. These are the kind of things that you get by installing that mod, and it's free. So just fly down there real quick. Take a look at these. Let's turn our drone speed to be faster. Yeah, so here's some power. Got some power lines here. That's from a different mod. Yeah, I'll have to find these. Or you can just go to flightsim.to and just search for power lines and search for We Love VFR. And then, yeah, We Love VFR adds objects like these. Like there's this little, say a little radio tower or something. And then these like smokestacks, these oh, that's another smokestack. These industrial locations. And then we have more power lines here across the way. This is the kind of cool, yeah, it just adds a lot to it, especially when when you're flying low altitude, you're coming in on an approach. To see all this kind of stuff, it's just awesome. And it's free, so I'll go ahead and grab a link to that really quickly. Flightsim.to. So We Love VFR has two regions. So region 1 is Europe, and then region 2 is the United States, I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, here's We Love VFR US. Put a link in chat to that, and then the power lines one. Is just called Power Lines and Solar Farms. There we go. And yeah, there are those. Those are two awesome mods. Really liking the tree mod. More variety than vanilla. Yeah, I was using, there are a couple different ones you can get. One of them it's Bijan Habasi, I think is the developer's name. Bijan, B-I-J-A-N. And he has one for each season. He also has some like islands and waterways ones and like boats. So that's one. That one's nice. You have to install a season that you want, so you can choose which season you want. The Rex Accu Season 1 is pretty cool just because it's for PC only, I think, because it runs as a separate app. but it updates itself on a week by week basis. So it's going to change like the foliage and stuff or of the trees weekly. You can set it to update automatically as well, so that's kind of cool.
Alaska 340 New York approach altimeter.
But yeah, I think the best mod you can get for yourself for Flight Sim is one of the tree mods, whichever one. Like the Bijan one is available on like simmarket.com, and it's also in the Microsoft Flight Sim marketplace. So if you're on an Xbox or you just don't want to buy outside of the marketplace, get the Bijan ones, Bijan. I'll spell it in the chat, Bijan. You can just look up trees and I'm sure it'll find it. So yeah, get those. Those are also really good. And he's updating that constantly. He's always adding new areas. It doesn't just replace all the global trees, like that's part of it, but he also goes in and finds a specific area of the world and puts in even more unique trees there. So say there's like cherry blossom trees somewhere in the world, seasonally, like they're like all pink and magenta colors. Like he'll put those in. Like he just is constantly updating it. So I'm kind of a big fan of getting anything from the marketplace. I'm already kind of getting overwhelmed, even though I just have a few things like Aerosoft Simple Traffic and Rex AccuSeason, but I don't want to have to remember to launch all these apps. I don't want to have to remember to open the Aerosoft app to update it. I don't want to have to remember to open the Rex app to update it. I'm kind of more of a fan of anything that's in the marketplace, because every time it gets updated, you're just going to get them all updated in the sim itself through the marketplace. And I think that's really nice and convenient. So yeah, I don't know. It's whatever works for you, but I just like the convenience of updating things from the marketplace. And I don't really have that everywhere right now. So something just passed off our wing to the left. There's another drone or something right there. Oh, it's a paraglider. Look, it's a paraglider. That is so cool though. With a sunset, that is so cool. That mod is called, I think, yeah, someone else in chat said it was called, Traffic in Sight, I think. That's also in the marketplace, which is really cool. That adds, I don't know, that one is cool, but the problem is that collision is a thing. I would hate to be on a long flight and then I look and I talk to chat, or you walk away to your kitchen to get a snack or something, and then all of a sudden you didn't know it, and right in front of you is like a paraglider and you hit him and it just ends your flight. That stuff, I mean, you could just turn damage off, I guess. I have damage on, completely on, so yeah, it's one of those things where, I'm probably past my waypoint, aren't I? Oh yeah, we're past our next waypoint. Just been talking too much. All right, let's swap over here and go direct to Teterboro. I overflew by a couple miles. All right, there we go. So I'm just centering the needle with a 2 flag, and we're going to turn right and head to Teterboro. The autopilot actually turned off, so I have to switch back onto nav mode. Do I use the regular add-on manager? I don't use any add-on manager. I either buy it from the marketplace in the sim, or some of the ones I have their own software. So the Aerosoft has their own software, so that manages. I use one called Simple Traffic. So I use the Aerosoft app to keep that one up to date. But I don't use any kind of add-on manager. I just manually open them up and drop them into my community folder. Alright, so we're on our way to Teterboro now. So we just made the last turn. I overshot this Stillwater VOR a little bit, like over here. So we're probably more like up in this area. This is probably the path we're on right now, instead of here. But actually, if we want to fly this route perfectly, I just need to look at it's got a calculated radial here, 114. So I could just dial in 114 for our outbound radial. Looks like I was at 120. So right around there would be 114. So I'm gonna make a turn to the right a little bit, try to get onto that planned course. All right, and then we're gonna go to Teterboro and make our landing. So we'll see what they give us here. Let's go ahead and check the real world METAR. Says winds are 180 at 6. And Teterboro has a 19 right here.
3451, you are 23 miles west. Descend and maintain 3,500 feet. Expect ILS runway 22 right approach via AGNSS transition. Clear to AGNSS.
All right, and let's tune into Teterboro ATIS 114.2. We'll listen to that on our COM2 radio. Oh, whoops, did I say 114? Sorry, that's the, that's not it. It's 132.85. 132.85 on COM2. COM2 is listening, so we don't have that in range just yet. And then we are 28 miles away from Teterboro. All right, and it's turning us back onto our new course now. So I switched our course just so we're approaching from the direction we intended to. The VOR is right on the field, so there's probably some VOR approaches we can use if we want to. Yeah, there's a VOR for runway 24. That one could be in use. We'll listen to the ATIS and listen in once that's in range, and we'll see what runways are in use over there. Are there really that many paragliders at sunset? Yeah, I would hope not. They probably can't legally even fly at sunset. I'm sure the logic isn't that crazy though. Oh, I forgot I still have, well, I didn't forget, I just haven't been thinking about it, but I have 5 more on-air codes to give away. Oh, there's a glider right in front of us. That's safe. I don't know if I like this plugin. There's so much traffic. Plugin. I keep calling them plugins. Mods. I'm calling them plugins because I was like setting up my plugin for the stream. It's like an audio plugin. Just to limit my volume in case I get too loud. And I was just checking the settings on that before I started streaming, and now I have the word plugin stuck in my head. Alright, our landing light's still on. We've just been hauling. We've just been moving this whole time. Let me turn on these. There we go. Outside air temperature, let's see how we're doing. 16 degrees, so we're still good there. The add-ons linker app. Yeah. I assumed so, yeah. Something that manages the updates for you and stuff. Yeah, I haven't used one myself. I don't really have a problem, I wonder where that, so that we're getting a lot of traffic here since we're on with New York. All right, 22 nautical miles from Teterboro. And I have the ATIS set in. Let's go ahead and put the tower frequency in. Tower is 119.5. Put that in on our standby. When we get closer, get our permission to land. And we do not have the ATIS just yet. So we'll see what they assign us. We're on VFR. They're going to give us a visual approach for something. There are some clouds up ahead, but yeah, we're going to be below these, so everything looks fine. We're good. We will be fine. I'm going to turn off all our equipment we're not using. We don't need the RNAV computer anymore. Turn that off for now.
Alaska Tree 40, you are 10 miles northeast of Newark. Contact Newark Tower.
There's gonna be a lot of ATC chatter here. How's it going, Amo? Amo? We're just oh, there's something else over there. Yeah, see how many gliders there are? They're just all over the place. There's almost like too many of them. As long as I don't run into one. Twin jet. Yep, I see him, alright.
Brickyard Tree 451 traffic is 10 o'clock 4 miles at 3,600 feet Cessna Caravan.
What is RPA? Anybody know? All right, that's traffic's in sight.
India Papa, have the
They're
twin jet in
4,700
sight.
feet. Might get some cool turbulence here as they looks like they're gonna pass over us. We're a good 1,200 feet under them though, so we're fine. All right, we are 17 miles away from Teterboro. And we do not have the ATIS in yet. Let me double check the ATIS frequency. 13285. 13285. Yeah, it's on right there.
Cessna Kilo India Papa traffic alert. 1 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 4,700 feet twin jet.
Yeah, that's a twin jet. It's passing right over us. Where'd they go? Oh, it passed by us already.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, have the twin jet in sight.
Alright, seeing all this traffic out there. These are probably all lined up on Fidel for Teterboro, or just taking off. I don't think I've ever flown into Teterboro before. And we don't hear the ATIS yet, so I'm wondering if it's actually working. Yeah, I don't see it listed here either. Nearest airport. Oh, there was Teterboro, I just missed it. Maybe it has a different frequency. Tower 1195, that's right, we have that in there. But the ATIS doesn't seem to be working. 13285 right there. It says winds are 180 at 6 is real world. 13285 and COM 2 is turned on, so we should be hearing this. Let me tune in over here first and see. No, I mean, this should work. 13286. We should, I mean, we're 10 miles away. We should have the ATIS. Alright, we're gonna just use our nav 1 to see. Maybe the nav 2 isn't working for some reason. Wait, 13285. 13285. Try nav 1. Or COM 1. Nope. Yeah, just the ATIS doesn't work, I guess. I don't know. 119.5 for the tower. Let's go back to that. 1195. Set up for the tower. There's Teterboro right there. Alright, they're not going to pass us off because they don't know our flight plan or anything, so we're just going to request our full stop
Tower,
landing.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa 10 miles west 3,000
Start slowing down.
feet to land.
Here's the airport diagram.
Kilo India Papa Teterboro Tower. Altimeter 30.18 wind 176 at 7.
176 at 7.
Base runway 19er.
Left base runway 19er.
Make left base runway 19er Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Alright, so let's change our heading bug to 19 so we know where 19er is. So that's going to be that runway right there, it looks like. Left base for 19er. It doesn't handle updates. Oh, okay. The nameplates look great. Yeah, it's the Clompsies ones. Yeah. It's Clompsies like green V2 or whatever, because you can choose which one you want. I think it's called like green V2. So it's hard to see all the runways here, but I think that is 19. Yeah, which direction? We're heading from the east, so... Airport elevation is what? Elevation 8. Alright, so we're going to want to go down to 1,000 feet. Having a hard time figuring out which runway we're looking at here. I think that is 19. It is off that direction, like this direction, and I have 19 bugged right here. But they said to fly a left base for 19, so we need to get towards the right more, and then basically just need to move to the left. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to switch over to heading mode. And we're going to turn out this way. Oh, they want us on a left base. We need to swing around the opposite side of the airport. I'm actually not sure how to do these kind of approaches. I think in this case, we might need to overfly the airport, right? I mean, to be on a left base, yeah, I think we need to overfly the airport and then join the downwind because it's left. And then we basically need to do we need to do many left turns, so that would be better than, we don't want to swing all the way out here or anything. I'm just going to go back to nav mode. We're just going to fly directly to the field. Actually a little too close. Yeah, overfly and teardrop. So we overfly and then we make right-hand turns to join the downwind, then we make 2 left-hand turns to complete the circuit, right? We have a United flight right in front of us too. I should probably keep my speed up with all these jets around us. Yeah, so I should have stayed on course this way, fly over the field, and then we're gonna make a right-hand turn around to join the downwind, and then we'll make our left base and our left final. What? How slow is this United? Oh, it's passing us the other way. I was like, no way we're catching up to it. And we would overfly at a 45-degree angle, right? And let me see here. I don't think this is 19 though. 19 is this one right here. Okay, yeah. So actually we can just overfly. So I can see 19 now. 19 is right here. It starts, it's going this way. So we need to fly over, and then we can just make a left and join the left downwind for 19. How'd I get the floating green labels? It's called Chomsky's, I think. Yeah, nameplates, Chomsky's. Here's a link to it right here for the labels. All right, we're at almost 2,000 feet now. Getting down to pattern altitude. All right, so yeah, this is, what runway is that? 16 maybe? Oh, sorry, there's 09s there, 19. So we're looking at 24, I think, in front of us. And 19 is right here. Wait, is that 19? I'm so confused. What am I looking at? There's only one runway, right? No, there is a runway right here. Yeah, this has got to be 19. It's just so poorly lit. Because that wouldn't be a taxiway over there. I think that's 19 right there. Yeah, there's the landing markers right there. Touchdown markers are right there. It's just completely unlit. Now we can see it now that we're at this angle. All right, so there's 19. So we fly what, 010 to be parallel with 19. Right around there.
Brickyard 3467, you are 10 miles northeast of Newark. Contact Newark Tower on 134.05.
Yep, there's 19 right there.
Tower on 134.05, Brickyard 3467.
Oh, that's 24, isn't it? I'm so turned around. Man, without GPS, this is so confusing. Oh, that's got to be it. Let's see, where are we heading right now? We're heading at 03. That is 2... No, that looks like 19. I think that's right. So disorienting. It looks like more of a 220 heading, though. I'm pretty lost, actually. So there's this one, and then there's this one. I think this might be 24, and this is 19. We were maybe correct. Yeah, they would have given us a clear to land already if we had been parallel with 19. So I did need to do the teardrop. It's cool. We're getting a tour of the. Is it the turnpike or something out here? More doing like a straight in for 19 instead. This is not 19. 19 is over here. This is what's confusing me. Anyway, we're just gonna disconnect. I'm gonna make a right here. And we're gonna make a left to get on 29 or on 19. Basically doing more of a this is just a horrible pattern. This is not even a pattern. This is bad. So I guess I was confused. I mean, I'm obviously confused about which runway it is. I mean, I think it's right here. It's just really hard to see. Yeah, it's kind of right there. See if they give us a clear to land. I can see the PAPI lights for it too. It's just the direction you turn. Let's see, 19. No, it says 19 just a little bit to my left. It's like 90 degrees to my left. It's not this one. This is gonna be. Which runway is this? I'm so lost. This is like 1-2 or something. This is a big fail. Yeah, it's weird, Mike. I don't see you on the ground. Yeah, I have no idea. What's weirding me out so much is the runway lighting. Like, I can't even see the other runway lit up. I only see the one I'm facing. I don't see the opposite runway. And my heading bug, when I put my heading bug on 190, and I can't find a runway that's heading that direction. The lighting is the main part that's confusing me here, because all I see right now is taxiways. And then I see the runway that I'm not supposed to land on. Not sure why this is so confusing. I mean, I know why. It's because of the lighting. Or the lack of lighting. I mean, yeah, okay. I'm just gonna fly around again. I think the one I was looking at originally was actually the correct runway. Yeah, it's super dark. Yeah, I wish I could see the lighting for both of the runways, not just the one that I'm aimed towards. I mean, maybe that's realistic. Alright, so now we're on the left downwind for 19. No, wait, we're not. I'm so confused. Where is 19? So my heading bug is... It's not that one. That would not be 19. That would be the opposite. That would be 45 degrees off, or 90 degrees off. I'm pretty sure it's right here. I mean, I have 190 bugged. 1819. So what am I parallel to? Is it like right in here or something? Like across it? I don't see it at all. This is so confusing. I think it's in here, but I can't see the lighting, so I have no idea. So right now, based on my heading, I'm flying parallel to 19. But there's not, I mean, unless it starts here and goes across, like, I do not see a 19. It's at Teterboro. They told me 19, right? Yeah, right here, 19. It's at, like, the far end of the airport, the north end of the airport. This is just very confusing. Wait, Citizen's all the way over there. Is this not Teterboro? I'm probably at the wrong airport. You're all the way over here. Did I just... No, because I put in the VOR station, right? I'm so confused. This is a huge fail. Wait, are you at Teterboro or am I not at Teterboro? I'm not at Teterboro anymore. Oh my god. You're there. I'm at the wrong airport. What am I next to? No wonder there's no 19. Oh my god. Oh, what have I done? Oh, you got clearance for the landing here. I totally overflew it and then went to this whatever airport was right nearby. Oh man, that's a fail. Oh god. And I don't know where my where is nav taking me right now? Oh, I have autopilot off. All right, great job, Kip. I was saying that whole time, I was like, I don't see Mike on the ground. I'm like over the river. I am totally in the wrong place. This is what I get for not using GPS.
United 2214, you are 16 miles northwest. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 22 right approach via AGNSS transition. Clear to AGNSS. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 22 right
Not the
approach
first to
via
square off at the wrong
AGNSS.
airport.
United 2214.
This is what terrifies me about like flying in real life. Like, I know New York airspace is crazy too. LA airspace is insane. There's so many airports in such a small area here. There's like what, Santa Monica, LAX, Burbank, John Wayne, Hawthorne, isn't there Compton, Whitman, Van Nuys, Burbank. There's so many. There's so many airports, all in just like this compact area. I would just be like terrified of landing at the wrong one.
Spirit Wings 2321, you are 17 miles northwest. Climb and maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 22 right approach via AGNSS transition. Clear to AGNSS.
So I should have entered.
Maintain 3,000 feet. Expect ILS
I basically
runway
need to turn right here to enter the downwind for 19.
Spirit Wings 2321.
I'm not sure. I was let's see, whatever is I guess east of Teterboro. Was it LaGuardia? I think I was at LaGuardia. You're on 19. Yeah, I got it dialed in now. It actually is, it's lining up to where I'm going, which is it's a new thing for me.
Cessna Kilo India Papa wind 19er tree at 6. Clear to land runway 19er.
Cleared to land runway 19er Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
advise, United 2214. Spirit Wings 2321 traffic is 1 o'clock 4 miles at 2,600 feet twin jet. Report them in sight. Spirit Wings 2321 have the traffic.
Cessna Kilo
Well
India
then.
Papa.
Wings 2321 we will 10 miles northeast of Newark. Contact Newark Tower on 134.05 when inbound on the approach.
All right, this is the right airport. He said I didn't land at the wrong airport, but I did circle around probably illegally for way too long.
Kilo India Papa.
2321.
Of all the flights, that was definitely one of them. That was definitely one of the flights, yes. All right, flaps up,
India Papa, did you copy?
over to ground.
121.9er for Cessna Kilo India Papa.
All right, 1219er.
Teterboro ground Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa taxi to
All right, so we landed 19er, exited Bravo, looks like. Oh no, probably not Bravo.
Aviation parking using taxiway Delta Lima Charlie Quebec.
Delta Lima Charlie Quebec. We're just gonna turn right.
taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Delta Lima Charlie Quebec Cessna Kilo India Papa.
All right, parking brake off. I think for the next flight, I'll switch over to do daytime. Look at that livery. I don't know what's going on with this livery or whatever plane this is, but it just have this hot pink. Looks like the Kodiak. It's like a hot pink Kodiak. Poor Mike's been here on the ground for like 20 minutes watching me fly in circles. Oh, you're seeing that too? Yeah, I mean, that looks like a Kodiak to me. I'm pretty sure that's a Kodiak. Maybe maybe they did an update and I haven't made it, maybe sent the update or something. Downloaded the update yet. All right. Man, that took forever. Let's turn on some more of these lights in here. All right, and let's feather that. Fuel cut off. Fuel shut off. Avionics off. Let's get some credit. There we go. Get credit for our passengers. All right, regular landing. I guess that was, yeah, it was a little hard. I kind of like chopped and dropped really quick there at the end. But reputation went up. Got the, what did we get? 2,500 bucks or credits. Never fly on Monday. Never fly in the dark. Never touch the red buttons. Yeah, flying in the dark, that was definitely confusing. I also, like, it was really confusing, the lighting. Like, maybe that's realistic. Anybody that's actually flown at night could say, or if it is or not, but just the way that I couldn't see any of the lights except for the runway I was lined up for. So I assume the lights are like directional like that. I mean, maybe they are. They're directional. So if you're not parallel to the runway or lined up with it, you're not going to see the lights as if you're perpendicular to, like if I'm perpendicular to the runway, maybe I don't see the lighting. I don't know. All right, cool. Got that in the books. I'm just going to continue. I guess I should give away some on-air keys. I still have 5 keys to give away. I don't know if you guys are interested in them or not. So let's find out. Let's see. Pull up the keys that I have. Yeah, I have 5 more 1-month keys to give away. I think even if you have a current one, I think you can just add this to redeem it on your existing subscription. So let me pull up the giveaway thing. Let me just give all 5 of them away. So if you guys don't want to hang around, we'll just do all 5 of them. There's 34 people in chat, so let's go to Nightbot. Okay, let me log into Nightbot real quick. Your last winning key expires in a few days. Yeah, enter for another one. I have 5 more, so. All right, I'm just setting it up in the bot really quickly. Giveaways. Yeah, I just want to do all 5 and then we don't have to do it again later. All right, keyword. Okay, keyword is going to be giveaway again. All right, cool. That should be all set up. All right, if you type giveaway, then I should see your name pop up here. Yeah, we'll just do all 5 of them, but we don't need to wait until later. It's a lot of work anyway. I don't want to set this up again. So if you... Remember, OnAir Company is only for PC, so if you don't have PC, you might not be interested. And then, yeah, I have 5 keys to give away. Each one is for 1 month, so you just go to their site and you can redeem the key in your account section on the OnAir Company site. I'll just send a link to that now in the chat. So it's just onair.company. And then once you apply the key, it'll just, yeah, it'll give you 1 month credit. And if you win a key, I just need you to give me either like your email or your Discord username in the chat so that I can message you to make sure I'm giving the key to the right person. And if you want, what you could do is once I get your email address, you could, and I say that I got it, you could delete it from the chat so it's not in there or anything. If somebody watches the video later or something like that. All right, you guys have a 100% chance of winning so far. We need 2 more. We only have 3 people. 2 more people? You're pretty much guaranteed to get it now if you have 2 more people. Oh wait, there's 4, sorry. Wait, we got Derek, Mike, Pegasus, and Chris. All right, perfect. 5 eligible users. Roll it. It's perfect. 5 entries, 5 winners. All right, sweet. There we go. So Mike, I already have yours. So let me go ahead and... That was perfect. 100% chance of winning. That's the best. All right, let me hit up Discord real quick. Let me assign a key to everybody. Godzilla says, I'll pass. I prefer just to watch it instead of flying myself. Dude, I totally get that. I watch a lot of Twitch streamers of games that I don't play or even have an interest in playing just because they're entertaining or chill or whatever. So totally understand. It's good free entertainment, you know? All right, so I think I already have Chris's info and Mike's info. Let me find you guys again in Discord really quickly. Oh, there you are, Mike. All right, one for Mike. All right, Mike has his key. I are good. Is that your Discord name, Derek? Let me see if you're in my Discord. You don't have to join my Discord if you don't want to. There's no requirement to do any of that. I just need to be able to find you. Let me find you. Oh, I do see you. All right, gotcha. Derek. Okay, got your key here. I are good. All right, sent Derek his. Cool. Found you. And then Pegasus, if you're not, you don't have to be in my Discord, but I just need your unique Discord name so I can message you. So it'll be like your name and a number sign and 4 letters. Or you can give me like an email address if you would rather. And then who else do I have to give away here? Chris V. Chris, do I have you? And Firing Pin. I don't think I have you in Discord either. Okay, Firing Pin just joined, so I assume that's you. There you go. Sent one to Firing Pin. No problem. No problem, Derek. No problem, Firing Pin. And I just need to give Pegasus his. Let's see, where's Pegasus at? You still here in the chat, Pegasus? If you don't have Discord and you want me to email it to you, that's fine too. You could just give me your email address, and then once I say I have it, you can redact it from the chat so it'll delete it. And that way it's not in the VOD or anything like that. Same for Chris V. So if, oh yeah, you're orange, Chris. Yeah, sorry. There are a few Chris's. I want to make sure I got the right one. All right, Chris, sending yours off to you now. There you go, dude. And then Pegasus, you're the last one I have to give one to. So if you want to let me know your Discord username, Pegasus, or your email, I'll just send it off to you. And then we're done. Then I should find a new flight here and get daytime turned on so we can actually see some stuff. All right. So we made our way to, well, we're in Teterboro now, so we want to head up the coast if we can. Springfield, Massachusetts. That's a good candidate right there. Ooh, this one goes more to the east over the water. That's pretty sweet. What is this? Quonset State? I don't know how to say that. Is that in Rhode Island? Dude, Rhode Island sounds cool. I would go to Rhode Island, and then yeah, we can make our way up the coast. Okay, Pegasus, I see you starting to type your email, so I'll get that set up here. All right, ready for your email address, Pegasus. Just type that in, and then when you're done, you can delete the message. Once I say I have it, I'll send the email. I got it all ready to go. Unfortunately, it's a little annoying to do giveaways on YouTube, honestly, just because you can't directly message someone. That's one benefit to Twitch is I could just click your name on Twitch and just send you a DM directly through Twitch. But on YouTube, there's no way to do that. So we need to, you need to tell me how to contact you, basically. Dun, 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 dun. I only have an M for your email address, Pegasus. I'll check again in a minute. All right, let's find this flight. I think this flight over Rhode Island would be cool. Teterboro to... I think it's Quonset. This will be a good one. Get us... stay along the Atlantic. I'll turn it to daytime for this flight. One thing that's cool with the OnAir, like... you can tell it to do a time offset. So you'll still have like live weather and live traffic and all that, but... it allows you to do a time offset so you're not flying at nighttime if you don't want to. All right, I'll get the next flight set up here. KTEB. And what's the arrival here? OQU. KOQU. All right. Yep, that looks right to me. Okay, got your Discord, Pegasus. I think I need to add you as a friend first. All right, I sent you a friend request on Discord. All right, Mr. Grant. All right, got you. All right, I sent that along. All right, thanks, Pegasus. If you want to delete that message that you just posted with your Discord name for your privacy reasons or whatever, you can delete it in YouTube. Cool. Thanks for the key. I was on approach when you sent it. Oh, nice. All right, all the keys are out now. All right, so I can plan this next flight and we'll get going. Do I want to do GPS? That was a little... It wasn't a disaster, but yeah, I got turned around at the end there for sure. So it was a little embarrassing. Don't mind me. Need to do another one to make up for it. I mean, I think I like VORs in general. A lot of the... What's cool about doing the flight plan and sim brief too is that it's going to give me RNAV intersections, and then figuring out those intersections is interesting too with that RNAV computer. Flight sim is frozen completely right now, so I'm just like stalling for time. Oh, there we go. Hopefully they'll fix this random thing where it's just messing with switching between the sim and out of the sim. All right, Cessna 208. Choose that. KOQU. Oscar Quebec Uniform. All right, so this is the flight plan that's recommended. Okay, Oscar Quebec uniform. All right, I'm pasting the whole flight plan in. So yeah, let's get this thing started back up and let's play around with the 530. We'll do 530 and 430. It'll be cool. I'm using the PMS mod right now, which has some improvements. Like it has a traffic map and a few bug fixes. Nav1, GPS. All right, and then I'll get the daytime. Let's just get the tracking started right away so we can turn this to daytime. And then payload is going to be crew and cargo 101 plus 190. It's just one passenger? No, it says 2 passengers. Oh, passengers 380. Okay. I wish it showed the total. Where does it show the total payload? Okay, right down there. 356 pounds. All right, so let's do 356 pounds to tons. Gives us 0.178. So call it 0.2 on our freight. Passengers is 0 because they're included in the freight weight. And that looks good. And that's going all the way east along the water, right along the Atlantic. What is this? Right parallel with Long Island, I guess. I actually don't know that. What is the name of the waterway here? This section right here. I don't know that I can turn that on. All right, so that looks right. So let's go ahead and generate that flight plan. We'll use GPS. Maybe we'll do IFR this time and I'll make it daytime. And I do need practice using the 530 and 430, so this will be good practice too. All right, block fuel 1,090 pounds. We have 1,015, so we'll get about 100 more, 1,100. And we ticked both of our, we ticked our passenger and our cargo to load, so we'll load that up. Oh, the Long Island Sound, that makes sense. All right, it's loading. And once it's loaded, what I can do, what's cool with the OnAir, you can do a global time offset up here under options if you want, under the global settings. I leave it at 0 though with no offset. And then what I can do is down here right next to the fly now button, I can offset it. So I'll just choose -8 hours and hit fly. And you'll see it change the sim. It's loading in OnAir right now. So now as soon as I hit track, there it goes. You actually saw the plane shift a little bit too as it did the fuel and the weight, starting the flight tracking, and it changed the time of day as well. So you don't have to edit. You don't have to edit anything here in the weather or time. It just does it for you. So it's setting the time for us. All right, sweet. Let's get this started back up. Let's go prop full forward. Fuel selectors. Battery and avionics 1 on. Fuel pump to boost. Starter on. Okay. NG is rising. Let it get over 10. It's good. We can introduce fuel. And starter can go off. ITT is dropping. Okay, and fuel boost is off. And then let's make sure our battery is charging. It is. Alternator. We tested that earlier. Generator is good. Positive. Battery is charging. And then test the alternator by tripping this. That's working. Reset it. Generator's good. Battery's still charging. All right, cool. And let's turn nav light off for now. Seatbelt sign is on. No smoking sign is off. And let's get our avionics 2 on. Let's get our flaps set for takeoff so don't forget. All right, cool. And then let's program in this long flight plan. Should be pretty fast. Actually, it won't be pretty fast because we don't have a keyboard mode, so it's going to take some time. All right, KTEB. I can hold shift while I'm doing this to do 2 letters at a time, so that's helpful. All right, there's Teterboro. Enter. And then KOQU. Not K0, but K Oscar. This is how you have to do it in real life, actually turn these knobs. We don't have a keyboard entry on these. Quebec uniform. Whoa. Oh no, what just happened? Whoa. Nice. Working title team, I can't wait for the 530, 430. Even with this mod, there's just bugs. Let's try this again. Oscar Quebec uniform. All right, there we go. Quonset State, Rhode Island. All right, and then with the 530 and the 430, generally I put in my departure and arrival first in case you're using any procedures. We're not using any procedures. We just have a series of waypoints. What you do to insert a waypoint is just highlight the spot where you want the new waypoint to go. So I want it in the second position. So I highlight the second position and then turn the enter knob. All right, so our first one is Breezy, B-R-E-Z-Y. And you can go backwards, thankfully, to get to the end letters first. Breezy Y, there we go. Okay, and that is 18 nautical miles, sounds right. And it says to the north. Next waypoint. Next it says to get on the Victor 39. So what I need to do is see what waypoints there are along the Victor 39. Otherwise we might end up not making turns that we're supposed to. So like I mentioned earlier, with the G1000, you have the ability to enter an airway. But on the 430 and the 530, you don't. So if there are all the waypoints along that Victor airway, you need to put them in individually just in case you're making any turns. So let's just check that out. So here's where we're going first, to Breezy, then to the Victor 39. And you can see we cross over a couple more waypoints here. But it looks like we're on the same exact path the whole time. We're not making any turns at these waypoints. If we were making turns, then it would show a new rate. It would show a new bearing along that. So it's not. So you can just see visually, it's just a straight line. So in this case, we don't need to enter those waypoints. We could if we just wanted awareness of where we are. If we wanted to know when we're passing Valu and Mikkel. But for the sake of just getting this done quicker, I'm just going to put in the next waypoint first, which is CMK. So if there were turns along this airway, so we follow some like here, for example, here's the Victor 157 going up this way. It passes this one called base. But then here, look at this one right here, Valerie or Valor. As soon as you hit that, it's making a turn here onto this 203 radial. So this is making a turn from whatever this heading is to the northwest to then almost straight north. So if we had the G1000 and we put in that we're going to be on the Victor 157, it would bring along all of these waypoints for us. It would have Valerie and all these other ones in base. It'll have them in our flight plan automatically. But on the 530 and 430, we need to enter that waypoint here and then there. Otherwise, it's not going to know where and when to turn. If we just put in that we were starting this VOR and then going to this VOR and didn't put any of these waypoints along the way, we wouldn't follow the airway correctly. So anyway, for ours, we don't have to worry. There are no turns like there are on that one. So we can just put in the next waypoint, which is CMK, Charlie, Mike, Kilo. And I'm holding down shift to breeze through the numbers 2 at a time until I get closer to the letter I'm looking for. Shift and just using my mouse wheel. CMK. There we go. And hit enter. That one's good. Next is Bays, B-A-Y-Y-S. And I can go backwards to get to the Y faster. Whoops. B-A-Y-Y-S, there we go. All right, next is Seal, S-E-A-L-L. This is so much faster with the hardware too. Like having to move your mouse from the inner to the outer knob is really the part that takes a long time. S-E-A-L-L.
Teterboro ground, Pat Coast 750 taxi to parking. Pat Coast 750 taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway.
Okay, there's Seal.
Charlie, Quebec.
Add. Okay, looks good. And then we only have 2 more waypoints. We have Gone, G-O-N, Golf, Oscar, November.
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Echo Lima Charlie Quebec Pat Coast 750.
You guys are right that I do want to do VATSIM, especially when you're doing this level of like flight planning and stuff. Okay, there's G-O-N. And it's the VOR. Let's double check that it's a VOR here. CMK. G-O-N. Right over here. Yeah, Gorlin, G-O-N, V-O-R. So it's the VOR, not an airport or an intersection. All right, then the last one is Mink, M-I-N-N-K. All right, we did it. All right, now let's go ahead and close the flight plan and zoom out and just see that the overall route looks correct. So it's going north and then east all along the water. And then finally it's getting over to KOQU right over there. And so that, yeah, that matches what we're looking at, matches the shape over here. Total says 159 nautical miles. All right, cool. Let's zoom in like this. Let's put this other one down here on the home screen. There we go. That'll just give us our next waypoint. We're going to have this one on flight plan if we want. There we go. It's nice having them independent. All right, cool. And we already loaded everything up and it's already tracking, so we just need to fly the thing. So since we put in the flight plan, we can get an IFR clearance now. So let's go ahead and do that.
Teterboro clearance delivery Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa.
And we'll get ready to set our transponder code and set our climb to altitude.
India Papa is cleared to Quonset Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 19er climb and maintain
19er.
feet. Departure frequency is 119.2 squawk 060 tree.
11920603. And 11902 for our departure frequency, so we'll set that up in our COM1 standby field here.
Takeoff runway 19er climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure on 119.2 squawk 060 tree.
Cessna Kilo India
Must be
Papa
25, I guess.
correct. Contact ground on 121.9er when ready to taxi.
All right, 1219er. All right, so I'm gonna swap, and then we're gonna put 1219er. All right, there we go. All right, ready to taxi. What do you say, runway 19er? Let me double check that. I would normally write all this down, so I wouldn't be checking the transcript, but this is like my cheat. Instead of running it down, I just look at the transcript. Yeah, runway 19er, climb maintain 8,000 feet. All right, so I'm just gonna put the bug on 19er just so we remember. 1819, that's where we landed. 19. Turn the nav light, taxi lights on, so we're getting ready to taxi. Flaps are already down. And let's turn this guy on standby. All right, cool. And we're in altitude reporting mode already. And we're gonna go to runway 19er. All right, cool. Let's get our taxi instructions here for 19er and take the brake off. Get ready to go.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa Taxi 2 and hold short of runway 19er using taxiway Papa Lima. Contact tower on 119.5 when ready.
All right, acknowledge that.
Short runway 19er via taxiway Papa Lima Cessna Kilo India Papa.
All right, so Papa Lima, let me see if that's accurate. It's probably not. Yeah, it is actually in this case. Yeah, we're parked right here, so Papa just means to follow along this kind of GA movement area here, this parking area, and then follow that all the way along to Lima, which is right at the threshold of 19er is Lima. So all we do is follow this along. Sweet, that was accurate this time. It's not always accurate, and in this case it is. And this is actually not the taxiway. The taxiway is over here. Let's make our way over here. Wonder if the signs are accurate too. We'll find out. Yeah, Papa with Lima going in both directions. Or sorry, Lima. Wait, there's Lima to the right and Lima. Oh, this is the runway. That's why. Wait, is this 19er? No, it's not. We have to go all the way to the end. Looks like we got a CJ4 or something just landed. That's cool. And we need to be one more, right? We're gonna be all the way at the end. So I think this must be 19er right here. What's the name of the mod that makes the runway signs accurate? Oh yeah, let me find that. I've actually been meaning to try that out myself. It's on Just Flight. It was pretty expensive. I think it was like $50 or something. Real Taxiways Europe, Real Taxiways USA. Okay, so it is... Let's see. You can do military. There are 4 different ones. Yeah, there are 4 different ones. So here's the... This is the one for towered airports. So here's on Just Flight. Yeah, this one is... I'll just put a link to this one. But there are 4 different ones. So you can see all the different signs it adds. It updates the look of them. It adds ILS safety areas, it says. Like there are certain ILS holding points you need to stop at to not interfere with the ILS. When you're on a taxiway, if there's a plane incoming. Oh yeah, it removes rogue taxiway signs too. Like all these taxiway signs right in the middle of the taxiway. Yeah, and it updates them. So they're just showing comparisons here of... Yeah, what you get compared to the sim. Maintenance run-up area signs. So this one is for Bravo, Charlie, and Delta and non-towered airports. This is probably the one we want for flying in the US. If you do a search on Just Flight just for the word taxi, then you'll see the other ones. So you can see all 4 of them. There's also a bundle though, so it might be worth considering the bundle. Like look, Real Taxiways USA is $40, but the USA and Europe bundle is $5 more. So this one includes... Okay, this is 2 of them, but doesn't include military. There's a second one here for USA. Okay, yeah, so sorry, there's 3 products basically. Taxiways Europe, Taxiways USA, and Taxiways US Military. And then this 4th one is a bundle of the first 2. So Taxiways for Europe and USA non-military is this $44.99 bundle. And then I guess separately from that, outside of the bundle, there's one for military airfields in the USA. But yeah, this is pretty... Looks pretty nice. I mean, I think that... Yeah, it's pricey. Yeah, the accuracy is really nice. I think if I was doing VATSIM or something, like when I get to that point where I'm doing VATSIM, I'm probably going to use ForeFlight on my tablet because I have ForeFlight. And I would use all the taxiway instructions on there anyway, but it is nice to... I guess if you were flying VFR a lot, it would maybe make more sense to have the taxiway diagrams if you don't want to rely on something like that. Yeah, here's one of those rogue signs right now. Like, look at this weird... Oh, no, I guess it's not. No, this one's fine. Okay. Anyway, this is where we're supposed to be. This is Lima for 19. Runway 19er. Alright, parking brake on, landing light on, high idle. Set, let's go to the tower. And request permission to take off.
Teterboro Tower, Cessna November, 22 Kilo India Papa, ready for
And we're going to climb to
departure,
8,000
runway
feet,
19.
and we're going to head to the north towards our waypoint Breezy. I'll get nav turned on here, and vertical speed mode turned on.
Cleared for takeoff runway 19er Cessna November, 22 Kilo India Papa.
Alright, nav and vertical speed mode are ready to go, and we're clear to take off, so let's do that. Taxi light off. Alright, let me keep an eye on my torque as I power up here. Just want to avoid that red line. Alright, a little before the red line on the torque. Oh, we're already at 60. This thing takes off so fast. Alright, sweet. Hey, we can see New York City now. We can see Manhattan.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, contact New York departure on 119.2. Good day.
Alright, got autopilot turned on here. So I can switch over here.
119.2 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Alright, 119 or 2. Kinda had that in. I don't know why it wouldn't let me switch to 200. Alright, contact New York departure.
November 22 Kilo India Papa is at 1,200 feet, climbing 8,000 feet.
Set our first track here. Is 2. Alright, they said to proceed as planned, so I'm going to turn on nav mode. We're going to do 020 heading first. And we can climb a little bit faster than this. I think the cruise climb profile that was listed in SimBrief was 115, I'm pretty sure. We can go about 1,200, 1,300 feet per minute. Alright, we're making our 180 degree turn to get over to a 020 course for our first waypoint. Here's Teterboro. Can't really see anything on the ground right now. Oh, there, it's coming in slowly. There's just one jet right down there. Alright, and I did like an 8-hour offset for this flight so we don't have, so we have stuff to look at. Alright, we're IFR, so we don't have to worry about the clouds. We can fly right through these guys. They have us going up to 8,000 feet. We're at 3,200 right now. And we can turn on our weather radar if we want. Looks like there's like no precipitation. We just got clouds, but nothing super wet in there. Yeah, I don't really see any rain either. It just looks like puffy clouds. This one looks a little scarier, but I don't see any streaks or anything. I think those are just more puffy clouds, not rain over there. This is one of the more densely populated places we've flown to in a while. I mean, we're near New York City, so it doesn't get too much more dense than that. Alright, we're flying north up here, and then we're gonna fly to the east along the coast. See our flight plan on the VFR map real quick. Should take a look at the city while we can. Oh, that's cool. Like right out there, you can, I think there's little smokestacks out there from that VFR mod. Again, we love VFR. There's probably just so much stuff to see down low. Yeah, we saw a bit of it. It was kind of nice. Flying at like 3,500 feet was pretty cool on the last flight. This one we're getting a bit higher. Whoops, I didn't bring my flaps up. Great, good job. Mistakes begin. All right, our torque can go up since we're getting up higher in the air. Keep adding some throttle. There we go. And we're good. We're like right on the money. 115 knots for our climb. Okay, it's going a little faster now. I'm just using my Bravo throttle quadrant to use VS up and down. All right, and then over here, yep. It's like we are... Somehow our autopilot is not in nav mode anymore. I was wondering why we stopped turning. Alright, there we go. Get us onto course. We're just a little bit east of our course, so we'll catch up to that now. I'll make sure to update. I just put this site up yesterday, but I'll have to add more and more links every time we I totally forgot to put in like the nameplates link, the We Love VFR links. I just want to put them all in one spot, and then I can just have like all that stuff on the site instead of always having to modify those lists and put them in the video descriptions every single time and stuff like that. I can just put one link and then everything will be in one spot, so that's nice. We'll see how it works. If it's annoying for some reason, then I'll abandon that idea, but I figured I'd give it a try. Which dial or switch changes the navigation package? It's the two over here. These two right here on the co-pilot side, on the right seat side. So this first one is your nav 1 and the one on the right's nav 2. So nav 1 will let you use the 530, or you can use the GTN 750. So if you have like the PMS 50 or that other 750, I know there's two mods. Yeah, you can turn that one on here. Or you can turn it off and just have the regular navcom radio for both of them. Alright, so they handed us off.
Climb and maintain 9,000 feet Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
Alright, we're at 8,000. They want us to go up to 9. Vertical speed mode back on. Oops. 9,000 feet. Up. 1,000 feet per minute. Alright. Check our torque again. We're still good. Yeah, I've heard that the Milviz... what's the Milviz? Is it the Cessna 310 or something like that? The twin? I think it's the 310. That's supposed to be one of the best planes to fly as well. This one is also awesome. This one's a little more approachable for me just because I've flown the regular Grand Caravan so much. Just having a turboprop, but that twin, the twin Cessna is supposed to be really good, the Milviz one. I think it's in the marketplace. But this thing is a lot of fun. I love that you can... I think both this one and the Milviz 310 that you can use the 530, the 430, and the GTN 750. So... They both seem flexible, and they both are, I'm pretty sure they're both like persistent state stuff, where, you know, as you use it over time, like the engine degrades and stuff like that, it remembers all your last settings. I think the Milviz one may actually show like wear and tear in the cockpit over time, you know, like on the handles and stuff, and like fingerprints and like things like wearing off, paint wearing off. I could be wrong. I briefly looked at it, but I think it said something about wear and tear over time. Alright, it's 58 degrees in the cockpit, so let's turn the heat on before it starts warning us. And let's check the outside air temperature. 9 degrees, so we need our pitot heat on. So let's turn that on down here. I got a switch for that. But the actual switches are down here. Then we have anti-ice in this as well, which is great. So the Fiki is strong with the Grand Caravan. Oh, the exterior of the 310 gets dirty over time. That's so cool. That is awesome. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. I love how realistic that is. Like this thing, I've hurt the engine in this a little bit, so I think it's down to 97 or 98%. Yeah, it's at 98%. So you can repair the engine and refill the oxygen and stuff. I could just hit that, but it's cool to know, like, actually, can I even see what's broken with it? So these failures will happen over real time, or you can accelerate these. So vacuum pump failure at 600 engine hours. And yeah, you can change the failure rate on this, so you can speed it up if you want those things to happen more, happen sooner. No active failures. I'm not sure what the engine condition does on there either. Oh, hey, Matt. Sorry, I just saw your message. Backyard Bob. Feels amazing, man. What's up, Bob? How you doing? The 414 and analog van are the best paywares right now. Yeah, I think I'll have to check out the twin at some point too when I get confident enough to fly a twin. You know, I just stick to the single engine so much. Like single engine turboprops kind of as advanced as I get. But I will fly the I'll fly the CJ4 here and there. All right, let's check how we're doing here. Almost at our first waypoint, breezy. Then we're gonna make our turn to a 087 heading. I can just switch that first if I want. 44 seconds until we get there. Wait, how is this on V-lock? Wait, what? Wait, that was confusing. This was set to V-lock instead of GPS, but it was following the GPS flight plan. That was a little strange. All right, so our next course here is 087. So it's about to switch. Now let's switch us over to 087.
New York Center on 133.15. Good day.
All right, and they're passing us off.
Going to 133.15 Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
13315. Went the wrong direction. Oops. How does that happen? I don't, for some reason it like triggers a middle mouse press even when I don't press.
United 711 New York departure altimeter 30.17.
Oh, what?
Continue as planned.
133.15. There we go. Get me out of that busy. Wait, where are we going? Oh no, we're going to New York Center, so it's still gonna be really busy.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa 9,000 feet.
You were using the 414 in the last leg here. Let me look that one up. I haven't even I haven't checked that one out.
Continue to Charlie Mike Kilo as planned. Cessna Kilo India Papa contact New York departure on 119.2.
Let me bring that up. Oh, this is, what is this, a podcast?
You are 42 miles northwest.
Fly somewhere. Oh, the 414 Chancellor. Cessna 414 AW Chancellor, twin prop.
Good day. JetBlue 448 contact New York Center on 121.125. Good day.
Wonder what the differences are between like this and the 310.
121.125 for JetBlue 448.
I think they were just yelling at us, weren't they? Yeah, acknowledge handoff again. Let's put the AI co-pilot on the radios. There we go. Won't have to worry about that as much. So this is the Chancellor. This is cool. I want to see the interior shots.
Visual runway 13 right approach Endeavor for 904.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's so cool. I wonder, does it change when you add the payload like the Kodiak does? Or the more payload you add, the more, you know, the more luggage it shows and the passengers and stuff like that?
New York Center, SkyWest.
Oh yeah, it's showing passengers. That guy's on his phone. That's cool.
Descending 10,000 feet.
Oh, nice. Here we go. Okay, so we have the 530 there.
4433 New York Center. Continue
What is
as
this guy
planned.
right there? Is that a weather radar?
New York Center, just 88.
I don't recognize a lot of these.
600 feet.
A lot of the
9,000 feet.
a lot of the stuff in this. I only recognize the 530.
Altimeter 30.17.
I thought that was a I thought he was wearing a Coors Light shirt.
New York Center, JetBlue 1901 is at flight level.
She's just on her phone the entire flight.
1,900 feet. JetBlue 1901
Changes, but adding passenger and luggage using the iPad. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so I only recognize the 530, but it looks like there's like a second comm radio down here with like a little numeric pad. And I assume that's maybe a weather radar. It looks similar to the one that's in the that's right here in the analog Caravan. Oh, you can do the 750 too. Awesome. That's just that whatever that like second. It looks like a little radio with like a numeric keypad, like an old school like telephone keypad, right? Oh yeah, there's a dual 750s. That's cool.
JetBlue 1901 have the traffic.
Okay, and there's our autopilot. That's a little unique looking too.
8 o'clock, 2 miles.
I haven't used one that looks like that.
Report them in sight. 132.8 for jet 8882.
And then the ADF on the right side.
Twin jet in sight. Endeavor for 909er for contact New York Center on 121.125.
Nice. This looks cool. So if you had to pick, wait, Mike. So which ones do you have then? So you have the 414. Do you have do you have the 310 and the analog Caravan? Oh, wait, Chris, who's getting the analog right now? That's pretty cool. And there's just too many to pick for. Like I don't know. Like I've been flying the regular Grand Caravan for so long on these streams that I'm actually really excited about this one. I know you guys recommended this for like 4 or 5 weeks straight. You're like, get the analog Caravan. I'm finally like, all right, I gotta keep this stream a little more interesting by trying different planes. Oh, you have all. Chris has all three. Awesome. Which one do you like the best then, Chris? And why? If I can put you on the spot. Depends on the size that you prefer. Okay. And which one's the fastest of those three then? Like the 310, the Chancellor, the 310, and the analog Caravan. I mean, I'm assuming this one is the slowest. 310 and the 414 are similar. 414 is just bigger and faster. Got it. All right, we're coming up to CMK here in 3 minutes. And I could turn this off for now. I like turning this stuff off I'm not using just to... Whoa, don't do that. Okay, grab the right knob there. Turn off all the avionics we're not using. Actually, I want to double check. I think the voltage goes down when we do this, does it? Oh, we're almost peaked out here. So we're at like 30 something. If I turn this on, does it go up? This should show, I guess there's not going to be a drop unless we turn off some of the major systems. And actually, I have the heat on, right? Yeah, we're at 74 degrees. We're at 9,000 feet. Maybe not much of a drop unless I turn off like the avionics buses or something like that. 414 will cruise around 210 to 220. Oh man, nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what our indicated airspeed is, but at least our or sorry, our true airspeed, but at least our indicated, yeah, maxes out at 175 here. I have got it around that though.
New York Center, Foxtrot Bravo Uniform 720 is at 5,600.
Just kind of keeping this thing just redlined,
Foxtrot Bravo Uniform
just to make the flight go by as quickly as I can. There we go. And then, yeah, fuel flow. Our fuel flow is just embarrassingly high. I'm pretty sure it should be more towards 300. We're at 370 right now. Pounds, I assume it's, is it pounds per minute? Or, sorry, hour, not per minute. Feet per minute, pounds per hour. 370. A little more than 370. The 414 doesn't track damage over time. You can damage it, turn on failures per flight. Oh, but it doesn't save all over multiple flights. I see.
720 contact New York approach on
And I'm not sure if the 310 is that way or not, but it's pretty cool that this one is like that. It's pretty nuts. I didn't know about Black Square before, but Black Square is the dev team that made this, and they made those taxiways we were just looking at. Like these taxiway things are pretty awesome too. I wonder if they probably have their own site. Let me look up Black Square. Black Square analog Caravan. Just looking up news really quickly. I don't know if they have their own site. They must have their own website, right? Black Square, blah blah blah. I think maybe they just sell it through Just Flight. I don't think they have their own website. Oh, the Islander? Let me look that up. I think I bought that one. Oh, you're right. Wait. Yes, you're right. Black Box Simulations Islander. The BN2. No, wait, sorry. This is Black Box, not Black Square. But you're right. It's close. Yeah, it's Black Box Simulations does the Islander. Yeah, here's Black Box Sim made the Islander. I think I bought this when it came out because I feel like it was a while ago. Oh, looks like they've been updating version 2. More liveries, new flight dynamics, using the new prop physics. Oh, they must have updated this recently then, because the new prop physics came out in Sim Update 9. All working circuit breakers. That's cool. Yeah, I bought this way back when I barely knew how to fly the first plane I was flying, so I just kind of impulse bought some of them, and the Islander was one of them just because I thought it looked cool. But I don't think I've flown it more than once, and I definitely didn't really study it. I just kind of, you know, went full throttle and pulled back on the stick to fly it around. It's cool that they redid the interior this one too, because... Oh, do I have my flashlight on? Oh, there we go. That's why my frames are a little lower, maybe. They, yeah, redid this interior to seat a lot more people. What, there's room for like 12? Yeah, 12 passengers it looks like, plus 2 up front. Alright, so we're on the way to Bays now. Don't have that much longer to go. 15. Cool. Black box, the cubic version, yeah. Black square, black box. Yeah, I'm tempted to get the real taxiways just for that like immersion effect. Just because especially these like they have ones for like run up areas and stuff like that too. Yeah, so they have like the ILS holding ones. So this little where you can kind of see there where it's like black with like the ladder pattern on it is like an ILS holding spot, where I think if a plane is coming in on an ILS approach, then you have to stop and hold short until after they land, until you can proceed past it. I'm pretty sure that's what those are for. Not that ATC would enforce it or anything, but I mean, that's pretty cool. 4 styles of runway distance remaining signs. Oh, that's cool. So it adds runway distance remaining signs on the side of the runway. And then accurate runway exit signs on certain runways. Double-sided signs have real-world accurate margins on the shorter side. So I guess they're just saying like this sign, oh, because the other side would have more text on it, the entire sign is larger. Yeah, and then I think it says, okay, so real world are red, real taxiways. So here it's showing like a comparison of what they add. This is kind of hard to understand a little bit. Showing like what they're adding compared to what's in the sim by default. So the blue ones, which we can see like right here, there's a blue one, and here, there's like 3 of them. Yeah, and then the real taxiways are all the ones green, and the red ones are the real world. So it looks like they have most of them. Looks like they're missing maybe this one right here in this example. Oh, and then there's a couple over here that they moved to a different position, it looks like. So just showing comparisons, yeah. Yeah, that's a hefty purchase though. I mean, this is more, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like this probably took them a ton of time. Okay, more than 100 airports updated with over 10,000 taxiway signs. And it says, oh, sorry, this is military. This is the wrong one. This is the military one. Here's the USA bundle. Yeah, 2,000 airports. So let me check just the USA one. So that's USA and Europe. It makes sense to get both, right? If you're going to get USA, you might as well pay $5. You're not going to pay 40 and then pay 40 again. Just get the bundle, which has both of them for $5 more. But for the USA, okay, yeah, 1,000+ airports updated with over 100,000 taxiway signs. Real world taxiway names, so it should be accurate almost everywhere in the US and in Europe, I guess. Yeah, that's crazy. Wonder how long it took them to do this. I mean, I'm sure they didn't do it completely manually, but I doubt it, or they coded something to, I don't know. I hope they didn't have to do it manually. That would be insane. No signs on the taxiways or runways. That's a big one too. Just like driving around, I feel like I'm just driving in the wrong spot sometimes, where I'm just like driving over things that shouldn't be there. That's nice. Sign sizes are appropriate to the size of the airport. Hundreds of airport sign personalities. I guess they're like slightly different, so they vary from region to region or something. Like the signs don't look exactly the same everywhere. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Every time I see something that I have to download and install myself, though, I'm wondering when it'll be in the sim marketplace, because I just want to put everything in the marketplace and never have to worry about updating anything manually. I just want one program, Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's it. I don't want anything else. It's not the reality right now, but that's just yeah, that's just how it is. Yeah, $45 though, man. That is hefty. I'll have to get it for science for the next stream. All right, we're just cruising along on our way to Rhode Island. You wish someone would make your local airport. Yeah, that's another cool thing about doing like a career mod is if you actually want to make like your home base, you know? So I could like keep this same plane that's going to wear down over time because of, you know, how cool the analog Caravan is. I could find a small airport, whatever size airport that I'm looking to make my home base, and just fly routes around that area, claim that as my base of operations in OnAir company or NeoFly or whatever, and just, you know, treat it like that's my job, you know, like have the same airport, get the custom scenery for your airport, set that as your home base in your career mod, fly the same plane with the same tail number until, you know, the engine is dead or whatever, and then replace it. See the wear and tear on your plane, like using the Milviz ones or this one. It's just cool that you can do that, you know, and I don't know, it's neat. And then, yeah, use VATSIM. I know, like, people do that, right? Like, when they get really into it, they'll do, like, OnAir company or their career mode app of choice. They'll have their home airport or home base of operations. They'll get used to the same routes and research them and get to know the area, get to know the procedures for specific airports they're flying cargo to. They'll use VATSIM, get used to the controllers they're working with on a day-to-day basis. I mean, it's just really cool how serious you can take it if you want to. I mean, in my case, I'm doing just like across the country thing and just picking picking routes leg to leg across the country to just get me to explore more. But yeah, you could live that freight pilot or passenger pilot, that life, you know. That's cool. Or the ATP life. Yeah, this would make a cool screensaver. Just a drone camera away from your plane, and just this looks like a Apple TV screensaver. I'm actually curious to just see if there's any oh yeah, there's some right there. I mean, here's the power lines again. Just fly down to the ground like this with the drone and check out some of the add-ons. The trees have kind of always looked good. I like both the Bijan ones and the Rex trees are great. And I only have the terrain level of detail set at 100. I do have a mod for the traffic, like the ground traffic too, that adds like semi trucks and stuff like that. I think that's another one I got from the marketplace. Be careful the plane doesn't hit a glider. Oh yeah, I wasn't even really paying attention anyway. Wait, we're high enough. Yeah, it's not. We're at 9,000 feet, so yeah, we don't have to worry about it. I think that mod, that traffic in sight one, is I think they're as low. I think they max out at 6,000 AGL. So we're quite a bit higher than that. Thankfully. You worried me for a second though. On the last flight, that was the case. Yeah, I want to like look for a minute and see if I can find some more of those We Love VFR objects. And I haven't seen that one that adds all the other flying objects in, that traffic and sight mod. I think it adds balloons, like hot air balloons and stuff, to certain areas. But I haven't seen one of those just yet. All right, how are we doing here? I should update my course, which is 109 right now. And I just center it up each leg, I guess. All right, so we're at Seal right now. Next we have GON and then Mink, and then we're at our destination already. So we did do IFR clearance this time. Oh, it didn't auto-tune Boston Center. I was wondering why it was so quiet. I have the AI turned on for ATC, but I guess it didn't switch over for us. Yeah, it's still on.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa Boston Center altimeter 30.18 continue to Golf Oscar November as planned.
All right, updated the altimeter with the B shortcut. Golf Oscar November is where we're headed. 11 minutes until we're at that VOR, and then 2 more waypoints, and then we'll land over in Rhode Island. All right, let's go back to the ground.
124.85 for Lufthansa 441 Heavy.
Yeah, there's just not much out here to look at. So. I mean, it's still very pretty. Actually forgot what I think. Let's see. I think the green arrow here is our GPS track, or whatever our nav track is. Isn't this? I think this one's our ADF needle. Let me look at the manual really quickly.
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact Boston Center on 124.525. Good day.
Yeah, our AI doesn't want to change the frequency anymore. All right, we're going to turn that off.
Going to 124.525 Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
1245. What? I have a shortcut set there that clicks the button by accident. 525.
510 contact Boston Center on 124.85.
All right, we'll wait 10 seconds. We're being good ATC citizens. All right.
Boston Center, Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa 9,000 feet.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa Boston Center altimeter 30.20 continue to Golf Oscar November as planned.
All right, updated the altimeter. Continue as planned. All right, so after Seal, yeah, we have Gone, and then Mink, and then we have our destination. Oscar Quebec uniform. This is in Rhode Island, I think. Let's go. Yeah, I put it in already here already. All right, cool. Let's take a look at what we got for approaches and stuff. All right, we have an ILS and an RNAV for 1.6. We have an RNAV for 3.4. Let's see if these are LPVs. They are. Nice. And then we have a VOR for 3.4. What's the VOR-A?
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact Boston Center on 124.85.
12485, all right. Oh, you've hit the power lines. Oh, I've done that before too. Like, even with or without the mod, yeah, you can hit the power line. Oh, you can hit the power line tower. Are you saying you hit the power lines themselves?
124.85 for Cessna Kilo India
12485, there we go.
Boston Center, Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa 9,000 feet.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa Boston Center altimeter 30.20 continue to Golf Oscar November as planned.
All right, same altimeter. They've switched us over like 3 times so quickly. Yeah, I didn't know that you could hit the power lines. I knew you could hit the power line like towers. Oh, the power lines themselves you can collide with. Wow. And then that other mod, that the one that puts the gliders and balloons, you can actually collide with all those too, which is kind of scary. It makes me not want to fly VFR. I don't know. I guess that's the challenge, right? Yeah, here's some more power lines. So you're saying, yeah, you can hit the lines themselves. Dude, the power lines look so good. I hope they add that into the sim by default. Like, they should take all of these changes, like, either hire the people or just buy, you know, buy the work that they've done. Just pay them, integrate it into the sim. Oh, look, it has like the little, like, I don't know what those little balls are for on the lines, but that's really cool.
Traffic is 5 o'clock 3 miles at 9,000 feet twin jet. Report them in sight.
Oh, they say 5 o'clock 3 miles twin jet.
Boston Center Avion Express 358 9,000 feet. Avion Express 358 Boston Center altimeter 30.20 continue as planned.
There he is, way over there.
Avion Express 358 traffic is 3 o'clock 3
It's amazing that their placement's even good. They're mostly believable spots. I'm pretty sure it's because they're actually in the world data already from Microsoft. And I think what they did was they just added the actual lines themselves.
Avion Express 358 have the Cessna Caravan in sight.
Alright, I'm gonna hit 3, say traffic in sight. Oh, it doesn't let me do it from the drone cam.
Cessna Kilo India Papa don't have twin jet in sight.
Oh, what? No, we did have the... I hit the wrong number, whoops. Yeah, I'd have to look at the mod page again, but I'm pretty sure they said that the data was in there, and it was just about adding the code to actually draw the lines themselves. But the towers, I think, are in there already.
124.525. Good day.
It's really cool. I don't know what we have coming up over here. Some giant tower, something over here. Yeah, it looks awesome. What is this tower? Oh, there, we got a helicopter right here. That's part of the traffic in sight one. Looks like we got some kind of radio tower or something over here. Nice. I think this is part of We Love VFR as well. This kind of asset right here. Yeah, they'll add those. They'll add like industrial buildings, like smokestacks with actual smoke coming off of them. Yeah, there's just a lot of cool stuff to explore, like stuff that's been added in these mods. I try not to use too many mods, but when they're like as game changing in this, like they just make the world look so much more realistic, I think it's worth trying them out. We're just playing Drone Simulator at this point. Yeah, here we go. So there's some more smokestacks. So they actually add smoke to these. This is part of the We Love VFR one, this kind of thing. And then you got all the power lines right there too. Oh, and there's a glider above it. I just saw a glider shadow. Glider somewhere over there. Yeah, it's cool stuff. What awesome mods. Alright, how we doing? We are 3 minutes from GON. I guess KGON is there. What is KGON? Groton, New London in Connecticut. We're going up here to KOQU, North Kingstown, Rhode Island. And yeah, there's an ILS here for runway 16 if we need it. There's also an RNAV for that one and the opposite runway. We can tune into the ATIS 118.6. Let's get that on our COM2 radio. 1186. There we go. Activate that and then I'll turn it on up. Oh, I already have it up. So we'll see what they're using for their approaches.
Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature 18. Dew point 10. Altimeter 30.20. ILS runway 16 in use.
Alright, ILS 16 in use.
Runway 16. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Oscar.
All right, we have Oscar. Cool. And so ILS, the ILS for 1.6, did we say? Yeah, ILS for 1.6 is in use, so this is that approach plate. So we could go ahead and expect this. So I'm just going to program it in. Select approach, ILS 1.6. Let's see if we can figure out our transition. We're coming from the south. We're coming from the south, but you know, obviously 1.6 is south-facing runway, so we'll probably need to come up here to the north, maybe Fosty. We'll either do Fosty or actually, is there another transition available? No, Fosty is the only one available, so they're probably going to give us that. We're just going to load it so we don't go to Fosty just yet. But we have that. Oh, whoops. We have that down here if we need it. So they'll probably give us... Yep, here we go.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 16 approach via Fosty transition. Cleared to Fosty.
Alright, so we're going to activate the approach, which is just going to make Fosty our active waypoint. So it's going to do a direct to Fosty. So we'll turn out and go directly to that. Acknowledge what they said.
Maintain present
the ILS
heading and
16.
Expect ILS runway 16 approach via Fosty transition.
046 for our track. Alright, 046. Alright, so we're doing the ILS for runway 16, North Kingston, Rhode Island at Quonset? Quonset, I guess? So we're going to Fosty here. Looks like our restriction there after Fosty is 2200. Or 2200 when we get to the final approach fix, or 2000 when we get to final approach fix. And they'll give us the callouts for the altitudes. Before then, missed approach is climb to 5,000, climbing left turn to 3,000 feet on a heading of 145 on a specific radial to the Falma intersection. And then we have 200 feet AGL for our minimums, or 218, call it 220 for MSL minimums. You can actually set the minimums on the radar altimeter down here. There's this little knob. I think it's set at 200 feet by default, but you can like move this. Alright, 75 degrees in the cabin, and outside it's 9 still, so we still have pitot heat turned on.
Avion Express 358, contact Boston Center on 127.65. Good day.
Alright, cool. So yeah, we'll be down to 2,000 feet for the FAF.
Boston Center Southwest for tree 905 is passing flight level tree 45, descending 9,000
And then the
feet.
closest VOR there is Providence, so it looks like a bunch of these waypoints are based off Providence. And then localizer is 109.5, so it already put in 109.5, so I'm going to activate that on our nav1 for the localizer. And then down on nav2, let's just monitor the Providence VOR 115.6. Alright, 115.6. And then we can turn our DME on to nav2, so we'll have DME information coming from the Providence. Actually, we could use this for the same thing. We could, you know, use this KNS 80, put it in VOR mode. It already is, actually. And then put 115.6 down here, if we want. So this will give us info from the Providence one, and then we could put the ILS on our nav one. If we want to use the DME for the ILS, I guess we could do that here. We get it in both spots. I mean, we get it here on the 530 already. We have distance from the localizer. Then down here we have distance from the Providence VOR. I'll just do it like that. So we have all the DME info available. Alright, 2,200 feet.
Descend and maintain 2,200 feet, Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Ground speed's 167. Multiply that by 5, we get 835, so we'll do 800 for our descent. And just watch that we don't overspeed. Alright, sweet. Got our classic ILS approach. And then once we turn on to final course, I need to remember to switch from GPS to VLOC mode to line us up with a localizer for the runway. And then we'll need to arm approach mode on the autopilot to capture the glide slope once we get close enough. All right. Got all this, and minimums are 220. Missed approach is climbing left turn to 3000 on a 145 heading. Just gonna put the 145 heading on there. I know it's better to keep it like just squared up wherever we're heading, but let's put it in there as a reminder. Probably not gonna go miss, so I think we'll be fine. Alright, just watching our airspeed here on the descent. Looking good, 160 knots. Ground speed's 175. And this is where we're heading up here to the north to Fosty. This is interesting because I feel like this doesn't look like a realistic entry point. That's more than a 90-degree turn to the right, so... I mean, realistically, they'd probably just be vectoring us onto final. Man, should I try VATSIM tonight? Not on stream, of course, because I'm terrified to do that on stream. I feel like every time I load up VATSIM, I just sit in a parking spot and I listen to people, and then I leave. I just sit there and lurk for a little bit at parking in my Grand Caravan. All right, let's check in with the ground again.
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact Providence approach on 123.675. Good day.
All right, 12375, I think he said.
Going to 123.675 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Aquado. Is that avocado? Is that short for avocado? How's it going, dude? I missed that. What was the 123.675? All right, let's practice. 123.675. Whoops, not the VLOC. Comms. There we go. We're on the right localizer already. All right, contact.
Providence approach. Cessna
Providence
November
approach.
22 Kilo India Papa is
I'm
passing
gonna pull back my
6,500
speed,
descending
my power a little
2,200
bit.
feet.
I'm paranoid about damaging this plane.
Kilo India Papa Providence approach altimeter
We're descending to 2200. All right, that's 3020 on the altimeter. That's the same that we already had, so we're good there. And we're 19 miles, about 20 miles from the VOR. We're getting the same from the localizer. So Providence VOR right here, and then localizer over here. We're coming up this direction, so we're going up from this way up to Fosty, and we're gonna have to make a like a 120-degree turn or whatever that is. Final approach course is 160. There's a mod that lets you speak to the in-sim ATC using your headset. Oh, yeah. Wait, the in-sim ATC? What? You're not talking about pilot to ATC, you're talking about the in-game ATC? What? Really? Flightsim.to. Is it on flightsim.to? That's model matching. Do you know where it is, Mike? I would totally check that out. It's like speaking commands instead of the menu. Huh. Oh, it's paid and pricey. Pro Sim AR. Pro Sim AR. I see FMS trainer. I'm looking at another browser to find the right site. You heard it's good. I did try Pilot to ATC, and I had a bad experience with it. It was like pretty complicated. It's good that it works with the in-game one, the one you're talking about, because I'm assuming you don't need to do your flight plan separately, right? Like with Pilot to ATC, you had to put in your flight plan through its software instead. You know, it was like totally separate. So it's nice that it sounds like it's integrated. Pro ATC SR. Okay. Oh, I think I found it. Okay. Pointsoftware.de. This looks like it. I'm going to bookmark this so I can check it out later. Thanks. Speech recognition. Communicate with ATC and your virtual co-pilot. And your virtual co-pilot? Uses English only. There's another paraglider right there. Dude, these guys are insane. Dude, get away from my plane, dude. Look at him. I should be paying attention, I guess, to dodge this stuff. Now that we're at 33 or 3,500 feet. Complete ATC for Microsoft Flight Sim Prepared and FSX. All steps of the IFR flight. 12 checklists and teamwork with your virtual co-pilots. Oh, SIDS and arrivals too? Lower and upper airways. Co-pilot support. Automatically generated traffic is detected and even changed by SR. You won't get a clearance takeoff on air crashes on final. Dude. What? This sounds awesome. Holy crap. How much is it? 50 euros. I mean, I would pick this over the taxiway thing, I guess. Man, that's pretty cool. So part of me thinks like, oh man, why wouldn't you just work up to using VATSIM? The challenge I always have with VATSIM and even Pilot Edge, like Pilot Edge is all West Coast, so mattering where you're flying in the world, you can't even use Pilot Edge, even though the service is online like 16 hours a day or whatever, which is awesome. Whenever I think about VATSIM, I'm like, I mean, what are the chances that the random route I'm flying an on-air company is going to be in a VATSIM controlled space right now? Like somebody's going to be online controlling that airspace, and they're usually not, right? Like, so something like this where it's online 24/7 because it's part of the game. Of course, it's computers. You're not talking to a human. It's not gonna feel as cool as VATSIM will because it's not a real person. But it's gonna work on every airport you fly to. It's gonna take into account the traffic, the AI traffic. I mean, that is pretty cool. God, I kind of want to try it out. All right, so it's making this long turn for us right now. We're going to switch to use the localizer in a second. Let's pull back our power. And we are 10 miles out now. All right. Cool, let's switch over to VLOC. And final approach course is, I think it was 160. 160. All right, that's all set up. I can see the glide slope right there. So we have these little glide slope indicator here. So I'm going to turn on approach mode in advance. Glide slope is armed, so it's on standby. We're coming up to Salmi.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you are 15 miles northwest of Quonset. Contact Quonset Tower on 126.3.
All right, I'm going to turn the heat off. Alright, contact Quonset Tower when inbound, which we are.
126.35 Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
12635. Holding down shift while I do these to change them faster. Alright, 12635.
Quonset Tower, Cessna, November, 22 Kilo India Papa, 14 miles.
See the runway lighting right there?
ILS runway 16 approach.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa Quonset Tower. Altimeter 30.21 wind 214 at 5.
214 at 5. Update the altimeter. 3021. Cleared for the approach.
Cleared ILS runway 16 approach Cessna.
Alright, so we're just cleared to go follow all the approach instructions. So 22, we're going down to 2,000 feet for the FAF, so I'm going to change our altitude down to 2,000 feet, which is what we need to hit before we hit Falig, which is what we're on the way to now. So we're going to drop to 2,000 feet right now. And we have 5 miles until we get to Falig. That's the final approach fix. Glide slope shooting over our head right now, so it's going to get further away from us because we're descending, but just slow our descent to 500 feet. Oh no, we're already there. It's already getting altitude hold mode set up, so we're going to level off at 2,000 right now. And before we get there, we should be configured, so we have 4 miles until the FAF, so just slow down just a little bit more. Outside air temperature is now 18, so pitot heat's coming off. Landing lights are on, strobes on. Final approach course is set in. It's 160. Right there. Autopilot's holding us on the localizer course. We're in flap range. Alright. And 3 miles from the final approach fix. So that glide slope will start coming down. So at 2,100 feet. Why did that stop? Let's go down to 2,000 feet. The runway is still visible, totally clear. And then once we capture the glide slope, I can set our go around altitude at 3,500. So yeah, it's, or 3,000, sorry. Climbing left turn, 145 heading, 3,000 feet. So I'm gonna set the heading already, 145. So in case we have to go around, that's set up for us. And then once we hit the glide slope, which will be in about, I don't know, 10 seconds or so. It's coming down slowly, so once this gets to the middle, autopilot's going to capture our glide slope. We're going to set our target altitude, our selected altitude, to 3,000 for the go around. And yeah, we're at 2,000 feet right now. And we can also see final approach fix will be when we're on the 251 radial. Is that right? We don't need to do it that way since we have GPS, but I'm just curious. All right, we're on the glide slope now. It's captured. Putting in 3,000 for our autopilot altitude in case we need to go around. All right, 6.9 miles on the localizer. And 5.4 until the runway threshold.
Cessna Kilo India Papa wind 214 at 5.
214 at 5.
Runway 16.
Alright, clear to land. I'm going one notch of flaps. Acknowledge, clear to land. And I think I might just buy and try that. Is there a trial for that ATC thing? And I kind of want to try that. It sounds awesome. You were talking to someone. Oh, it only supports 4 aircraft? Oh no, it's probably all the airliners, isn't it? Man. Said it works great. Oh, we used it for the 414. Wait, no. Does it really only support, it only supports 4 aircraft or maybe like 4 classes? I'll have to check it out. It sounds cool. I mean, I would love to be able to talk to AI. Oh, for third-party aircraft. Okay. So for anything that's not a stock plane. I mean, I would just use the stock plane if I had to, but Oh, they're listed on the right side. Okay, I'll check it out when we land here. All right, let's pull our throttle back here. We're still on glide slope. Minimums are good down to 220 feet MSL. We're at 900 right now. All right, let's get our flaps fully out. I want to slow down to like 80 knots. We are 1.7 miles from the threshold. Props full forward. There's 500 feet MSL. We're at 90 knots. 400 feet AGL right now. All right, 80 knots. We are too low, it feels like. It feels like we're way too low. I'm turning off autopilot. We're way too low. Something going on with that glide slope. I can see the glide slope indicator is higher than where we're at. You can see it on the HSI. All right, now we're almost back on glide slope. Oh, that got way off glide slope with autopilot somehow. Oh, floating a little bit. Nice. Into beta, even though we don't really need it.
Cessna Kilo India Papa exit runway when able.
All right, nice. I was center line on the runway exit line instead of the runway center line. All right, that was a much better, much better landing than, or not the landing itself, but the whole arrival process. The whole approach was way better than the last one. All right, parking is on, taxi on, landing off, strobe off, flaps coming up, low idle, and they pass us over to ground.
Kilo India Papa, acknowledge last transmission.
134.5 for Cessna
One
Kilo
tree
India Papa.
for five. 1345. All right, taxi to parking.
Quonset ground Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa taxi to parking.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway Bravo.
No, it's Alpha. So yeah, this is the taxiway thing that's really weird. We landed on 16. We exited here at Alpha 1, I think, and we're already in the GA parking. It should have said through Alpha, but the actual taxiway in real life is Alpha, but they said Bravo. Some say Kip's still looking for runway 19 at Teterboro. Legend has it, he's still looking. That was pretty embarrassing, not gonna lie. And we got a helicopter over there.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, did you hear my last transmission?
Whoops, I didn't acknowledge.
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway Bravo Cessna Kilo India Papa.
I'm just gonna park facing the wrong direction. Yeah, there was a helicopter right over there. There we go. I mean, that's the one plus side is that this traffic in sight mod in the marketplace, it's another immersion mod. I mean, I don't want to accidentally run into a paraglider and end my flight, but it's really cool to just see random helicopters and stuff flying around. Oh, there's another one. Can they collide with each other? Anybody else flying around over here? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, just got 2 helicopters chilling in front of us. Yeah, it's kind of cool. The immersions. All right, let's shut this off. Feather the prop. Engine cutoff. All right, let's check our on-air monies. Sweet. All right, $900. Not earning too much, but I'll take it. We're just using this as a route finder mainly anyway. I have like $1 million in the bank in this, so it's pretty good. Though we can't really buy too much with $1 million. Actually, how much do we have now? Like 1.2 maybe? 1.1. $1.1 million. All right, let's see. I want to take a look at that site again really quickly. Okay, yeah, supported. So it says supported aircraft for Microsoft Flight Sim. So that's interesting. I wonder how, Mike, I'm wondering how your, someone on Discord said they were using the 414 with it. Yeah, maybe they aren't. Or maybe it works with more than they say. So what's weird is it says supported aircraft, but does that mean... So does that mean it doesn't work with any of the stock planes? It only works with literally just these 4 planes? That can't be it. It's got to work with like the default planes too, right? Runs autonomously besides Microsoft Flight Sim. Significant loss. You'll not notice a loss of FPS. 1 or 2. Standard interface Sim Connect. Okay. Complete air control. From gate at departure to the gate. So gate to gate. He seemed to say he was using it with a 414. Yeah. It'd be nice to know. I mean, maybe they say it. Hopefully they say it in here. Okay, yeah, you're right. Many third-party aircraft supported. So I assume that it means it's going to work with all of the stock planes. And it should work. I would assume it'll work with this because this is really just kind of a reskinning of the existing Grand Caravan. The actual model and everything is the same. They just redid the interior. Though it is listed as a separate plane when you choose it from the aircraft selection menu. I think the guts of it is just the stock 208. Many third-party extensive co-pilot support for autopilot, flaps, brakes. So you can tell your, I assume this means you can tell your autopilot, or sorry, your co-pilot to manage your flaps and things like that. You can tell them to, you know, set flaps 15, set, you know, apply speed brakes, whatever, set the speed brakes to auto, to max, whatever it is, gear down, lighting, nav and comm radio. You could turn off co-pilot support completely. Not a good idea. That sounds awesome that you could, yeah, you can tell the co-pilot to do things for you, like gear and flaps. 12 checklists can be processed in teamwork with your co-pilot. New checklists can be defined. You can customize existing ones. Default GPS flight plan can be generated and loaded automatically. Okay, so I guess that means, so it's going to load in the flight plan that's actually in the sim, I guess. Unlike pilot to ATC, where you had to maintain your flight plan separately in their software. Can be generated and loaded. So I should be able to hop in, you know, program my flight plan into, you know, into the 530 or whatever, the G1000, and have it recognize it. Third-party aircraft flight plans can be generated automatically, but you have to load them via FMC. That's probably like the FMC within their program. Oh, there's sound sets? Freeware sounds. So there are sound sets for pilot, co-pilots, and controllers. So it's not, okay, so it's not actually using the in-game ATC, right? It says that the controllers have a sound set. So this, it doesn't sound like it's using the in-game ATC. coordinates and frequency dependent background. You hear country, radar sector, and airport specific ATC. Huh. Holdings and missed approach are supported. This sounds awesome. Forgot to mention we continuously improving ATC, fixing all reported bugs. Yeah, it says it runs autonomously besides the flight sim. Communicate with ATC and your virtual co-pilot by speech through your headset mic. English only. You can use keyboard controls if you don't want to use the speech recognition. Worldwide navigation database for all airports, VORs, NDBs. I wonder what they're using. I think they mentioned their database. Oh, database can be actualized by Navigraph, so you can use your Navigraph database as well. Installed scenery is taken into account. Okay, so if you have like special airport scenery. SIDS and stars are assigned according to weather. Wait, what about the approach? Missed approach is supported. So I assume that it supports the approach. That's like one of the most important things, but it sounds like they also support departures and arrival procedures too. Man, that is pretty cool. I think I'm going to have to check this out, and if I'm stoked on it, I'm going to have to stream again this weekend after I configure it and learn it, see how it goes. That's pretty cool. I do need to stop for the day though. I'm really excited about that though. Thanks for sending that along, Mike. I'm going to check it out for sure. I do need to eat food though. It's been 4 hours, so I'm going to do that. We did 2 flights today as usual, made some money. So we ended up, we started in Pennsylvania. We flew to Teterboro in New York, right near Manhattan, and then right across from Manhattan. Yeah, which was where Sully was given as a alternative, but he couldn't make it, so he landed in the Hudson, is the story. And then we went east along to Rhode Island, so we're up in Rhode Island now. So next legs, we're gonna go from Rhode Island up the coast even more. So I guess we'd probably go up into Maine or even into up into Canada, right? So from here, yeah, we'll want to go up New Hampshire, Maine, and then yeah, we have New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. And then yeah, if I want to make my way up, we're gonna have to go all the way up here, hop over to Greenland somehow, see where I can get over there. I'll have to figure out what our capabilities are with the Grand Caravan. And make our way over to Iceland and then hop over to the UK from there. Faroe Islands and then UK. Yeah, anyway, that's the idea. See how it goes. And if it's using worldwide ATC, that, you know, that'll work worldwide. That'll be awesome. So if I get over into the UK and Europe, I can do that. I don't have an endpoint. I just want to, I at least want to cross the Atlantic, but I just want to just keep going east, I guess. Just circumnavigate the globe, just going east would be cool. It'll take a while, but I mean, yeah. All right, that was fun. Sweet. Let me shut this down completely then. We'll get credit in the sim. Another 1 hour flight in the books. Let me take a look really quickly at some of those marketplace mods I mentioned. So yeah, the traffic in sight one was the one I was using that had all the like gliders and the planes and stuff. I'm almost at 600 hours, 590 hours. So let's go marketplace, and yeah, a lot of the ones that I go to world a lot and go to like living world. Yeah, here it is. So under traffic, yeah, this is, I bought one of them. Oh, this is Southeast USA. I bought Northeast. Yeah, so it adds hot air balloons. So these are the same guys. This South Oak company is the ones that made the FS birds, and those are regional as well. So you have to buy them for like 5 different regions or whatever. So this covered Southeast. I bought the Northeast one, which is the one that you saw today. But yeah, it looks like they're doing the same thing where it's regional. And yeah, it says up to surface to 6,000 feet, random traffic, random flight tracks. So they have drones, helicopters, hot air balloons, hang gliders, powered paragliders, and aerobatic aircraft. All animated and flying. All aircraft is collision enabled, so that's why I was worried about running into those things. So yeah, they have helicopters. I haven't seen a hot air balloon yet. There's a drone. Really, there's a drone on the runway. Helicopters. There's another helicopter. Hot air balloons. Powered paragliders. We saw a few gliders on our way. Yeah, we saw a few gliders like this on our way on the last 2 flights. So yeah, that's one. I bought the one for the Northeast USA, so that's one we were using. And then, yeah, here's all the FF's birds ones. I have these installed. I have like all of them. It gets a little expensive. I mean, they're like $5 or $8 a pop. And then the other mods I was using are free ones. The ones, oh yeah, Simple Traffic. I'm actually curious. I have this installed through Aerosoft, not through the marketplace. I'm wondering why it has such low ratings. It's basically like a livery pack. Maybe people thought that it was like traffic, like actual traffic stuff, but it's not. It says it's an AI traffic add-on, but all it does is just match the liveries, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it just includes liveries. It applies liveries to standalone product. Yeah, it's just a mega pack basically. But they've updated it several times, which is why I like using it. I don't like to have to download too many things. All right, anyway, sweet. And then I linked earlier to those other mods on flightsim.to, that We Love VFR mod and the Powerlines mod. You could just go search for Powerlines or search for VFR on flightsim.to to find those, but those are also awesome. So highly recommend those. Those have been really nice. I also put those on my site. I just launched an internet website like yesterday, I guess. I just put it up to just test it out and see if it's useful. So I can just put all these links there and you guys can find them all in one spot and list my gear and stuff like that people always ask about, so I don't have to point anywhere else. So yeah, I'll add these links to that. It's just not kipontheground.com, so I'll put those links there in the next few hours or so. All right, that's it. I'm gonna go get some food. It's 7 p.m. I'm gonna have the latest lunch ever. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. Enjoy those on-air codes. I don't have any more on-air codes to give away, but I think I could probably hit up their team and ask for more if you guys are interested in more in the future. Yeah, thanks for chilling today, and I'll see you guys next time. I'll see you on the Discord if you're in there. If you want to hop on and join and say hi, there are a few of us on there that chat. So feel free to join if you want to. I'll just put the Discord command here if you want to join up. Oh, maybe I don't have that hooked up. I put it on my site though, so if you want to go there, here you can go to my site here, and then I have it tagged blue right here. So just click right there to get on the Discord. And I'll add more links here to all the other stuff. Oh, there we go. Nightbot kicked in. All right, sweet. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Have a good night. Have a good day. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna check out that. ATC thing, and if I'm obsessed with it, maybe I'll be on in the next day or two to show it off. So thanks for sending that along, Mike. All right, guys. Have a good night.